Yeah.
They're 500 against the West. They're below 500 against the East. They have a worse record against the Eastern Conference right now, the Lakers. How do you explain that if it's the killer West and he cruise through the East?
And you got to blame. I'm going to go back. You got to.
When in doubt, ignore the question, huh?
And I'm going to put. Yeah, listen, Magic and Pelinka, they really screwed up not getting Paul George. Because he's playing at MVP caliber level. I know he's injured right now, but he's playing at MVP
They
caliber.
are on the hit list, too. The general manager, the president, the coach, the superstar player. The ones that I don't fault are the other veteran ne'er-do-wells that they brought in with them. I'm not going to lay much of this at the feet of Rajon Rondo or Stevenson or JaVale McGee. They are what they are. And I think the management thought they were going to get more out of them than they did, but they're down the road for me. I blame some of the young guys because I do think their performance came up small when the Anthony Davis rumors were running rampant. You're in the NBA now. If you're a rookie, okay, wet behind the ears rookie, maybe I cut you some slack because you're still adapting. No, these are second, third, fourth-year players. I know you came out of school early, but you made that decision. You decided to jump to adulthood. You decided to take $1 million-plus contract, millions of dollars in Brandon Ingram's case because he's the third pick in the draft. Well, with that paycheck comes the responsibility of growing up real fast. And growing up means you can't let the rumors and or the chance at visiting teams' arenas get to you. You can't. Just have to go about your business, do your job. So there's plenty of blame to go around with the Lakers. Mitch from Jersey's up on CBS Sports Radio. Hey, Mitch.
How's it going, Jerry? Good to talk to you again.
You got it, bud.
Great. Bryce Harper, I was hoping, I'm pissed that the Dodgers didn't land him. You know, they spent silly money. They had worse contracts. I think he's going to be a Hall of Famer. And they spent money on Becker. Gonzalez didn't live up to it. Crawford, he was a bust. All the money they shell out, and they couldn't do this for Harper, bringing a superstar. It was their lineup.
And it was as much, I don't think it was cheap, because the way you're laying it out makes it sound like the Dodgers came up cheap. No, it was a philosophy. They thought, if you again believe the reports, and the Dodgers aren't going to come out and confirm this, and Harper's not going to give you, or Boris isn't going to give you the exact details on the record, but off the record, somebody spoke and said the Dodgers offered him $45 million per. 45. He settled for 25, and the Dodgers put 45 on the table. They just didn't want to go long years. They only wanted to go 3 years. So it was a strategical decision that, hey, we'll so overwhelm him with a short-term offer he can't say no. Well, he did. So it wasn't they didn't want to spend. They didn't want to dig into their own pockets. They were willing to do it. They just had a philosophy of how to best build a team, not only for 1 year, 2 year, 3 years, but 10 years. And they weren't going to move away from that philosophy. Calculated risk that didn't work.
Well, then they made a trade. Well, I'm not saying they're cheap. I said they just spent some foolish money and let go of Greinke. They should have kept Manny if they want to get a Harper. I wish they had kept Manny. They could have moved Seager to outfield. And I know their lineup is stacked, but I think maybe to make up for this, they can land the guy from Houston. Churchill, he's still out there, I believe.
Yeah, and you're not going to get anybody to go on the record. Andrew Friedman's not going to go on the record about this, but sources tell me they thought for sure they were going to be able to get Nolan Arenado at the end of this year. They just stone cold love Nolan Arenado. Seager's their shortstop. Justin Turner is their third baseman as of right now, and at some point they'll move Justin Turner off third. But they thought for sure Nolan Arenado was going to hit the market, and they were going to be the team that was going to be able to bring him home. That's the problem with targeting a guy a year or two before he hits free agency. Sometimes they don't actually get to free agency. And Nolan Arenado said, I'm real happy in Colorado. They're willing to give me this outrageous sum, highest average annual value in the history of the game. You know what? I'll just stay. I'll just hang right here. I won't go anywhere else. When you think a guy's going to free agency before he actually gets there, sometimes you're disappointed by the fact that you never get a chance to bid. 855-212-4227. Calls the rest of the hour. Next hour, we'll jump over to do some NFL stuff. Sean Wagner-McGo from CBSSports.com will hop aboard. Your calls till 4 on the East, 1 on the West. Bottom of the hour, we got CBS Sports Update.
CBS Sports Radio. Sports Flash.
With Larry Reed. That's how he would say it, my man, Jody Mack.
With my man, Larry Reed.
Let's start in the association, if you will. 8 games on the schedule today, and we'll start down in Charlotte. The Blazers getting a big contribution from their bench from Hot Rod.
Hood circles against Lamb, 10 to shoot.
Hey, Anna, how are you?
Looking at the clock. It's a pick from Nurkic. Zeller takes over on a switch. Who puts it on the deck? A line drive, 22-footer is in. Rodney Hood, it's your thing. Do what you want to do.
Yeah, Brian Wheeler, the call on the Blazers radio network. Blazers defeat the Hornets 118-108. Rodney Hood scoring 21 fourth-quarter points for Portland. Hood finishing with 25 points total in his 24 minutes off the bench. Coming up here now, about to tip off the 3:30 p.m. Eastern Hour. Rockets at the Celtics, Hawks at Bulls, and Knickerbockers on the West Coast at the Clippers. Coming up at 6 p.m. Eastern Time, Magic at Cavs, Raptors at Pistons, Timberwolves at Wizards. Tonight at 7 p.m. Eastern Time, Grizzlies at Thunder. Paul George, he is questionable once again with that shoulder injury. George, PG, has missed the last 2 games. NFL news, Philadelphia Inquirer reporting the Jaguars, quote, absolutely expect to sign former Eagles Super Bowl MVP, their quarterback Nick Foles, when free agency opens up March 13th. They've reportedly been working on the structure of a contract. There's a report a deal could be done within the next week. At the NFL Combine, 6'5", 260-pound Mississippi State defensive lineman Montez Sweat. No sweat today, running a 4.41 40-yard dash today. That is a modern record at the Combine dating back to 2003. Former Clemson star defensive lineman Dexter Lawrence injured his left quad during the second time running the 40 at the Scouting Combine. He'll miss the rest of today's activities. Did run a 5.05 40 his first attempt, one of the top prospects in the draft. The Chiefs will reportedly place the franchise tag on linebacker Dee Ford. Plans to keep him, but they will listen to trade offers. College Hoops Top 25, Creighton, currently with a small lead in the first half over number 10, Marquette. I'm Larry Ridley.
DA here tomorrow morning, Alliance Primetime, the DA Show, 9 Eastern, 6 Pacific.
Erie's home for sports. CBS Sports Radio, 96.3 and 1260.
Hi, I'm Jay Farner, CEO of Quicken Loans, America's largest mortgage lender. Spring will be here soon, so if buying a new home is on your to-do list, right now is the time to call Quicken Loans. Learn about which mortgage options make sense for you and get a jump on your competition. With our exclusive Rate Shield approval, the low rate you lock today is protected for up to 90 days while you shop for your new home. With a Rate Shield approval, if rates go up, your low rate stays locked. But if rates go down, you get that new, even lower rate. Either way, you win. Talk to us today at 800-QUICKEN or go to rocketmortgage.com to take advantage. Here's another great reason to work with us. For a record 9 years in a row, J.D. Power has ranked Quicken Loans highest in the nation in customer satisfaction for primary mortgage origination. Again, to lock in today's low mortgage interest rate and get the security of our exclusive Rate Shield approval, call us today at 800-QUICKEN or go to rocketmortgage.com.
For J.D. Power award information, visit jdpower.com. Rate Shield approval only valid on certain 30-year fixed-rate loans. Call for cost information and conditions. Equal housing lender. License in all 50 states. NMLS number 3030.
Are you looking for senior care for your mom or dad but don't know where to start? Hi, I'm Joan London with The Place for Mom. Nobody knows your parent or loved one better than you, and nobody knows senior living better than the experts at A Place for Mom. They've helped thousands of families find the right place for their mom or dad.
I was so glad that I called A Place for Mom. My advisor really listened and was truly my partner in finding senior care for my dad. She went out of her way to get to know him as a person and was always there whenever I had a question.
The senior living advisors at A Place for Mom partner with thousands of families every month, listening and offering local knowledge and advice to help find the best senior living communities across the country. And it's a free service. Here's the number.
Call A Place for Mom at 1-800-314-5510.
There's a place for answers, a place for mom. Call today.
Call A Place for Mom at 1-800-314-5510. That's 1-800-314-5510.
We're more than just a hot cup of coffee. At Coffee Culture Cafe and Eatery, we're espressos, lattes, cappuccinos, and mochas. We're freshly made baked goods, grilled sandwiches, salads, and wraps. We're a place to relax and enjoy free Wi-Fi, a place for breakfast, lunch, dinner, or that late-night snack. We're Coffee Culture Cafe and Eatery on Peachtree. Come for the taste, stay for a visit.
The 17th annual Erie's Best Wings Chicken Wing Cook-Off with Budweiser, Bud Light, and Widget Financial was a great time. And Buffalo Wild Wings on Interchange Road won a Judge's Choice Award for Best Hot Wing for their Asian Zing. The Asian Zing is a flavorful, sweet, and spicy wing sauce that's not too sweet with pepper that leaves you with a pleasant tingle on your tongue. Stop into Buffalo Wild Wings and sample those award-winning wings along with the Honey Barbecue, a sweet and sassy sauce. There's also the Spicy Garlic, and as the name implies, it's very tasty, garlicky, and definitely spicy. There's none quite like it. Or try the Judge's Choice for Best Hot Wing, the Asian Zing. It's where sweet meets heat at Buffalo Wild Wings. Or if you really like it hot, get ready for the heat of the Mango Habanero. Call Buffalo Wild Wings at 814-868-WING for your wing takeout order, or get the gang together and head to Buffalo Wild Wings on Interchange Road. Don't feel like going out? Buffalo Wild Wings now delivers with DoorDash. Buffalo Wild Wings. Wings, beer, sports.
Did you know that 1 in 4 families is affected by addiction? It's a serious disease, and it deserves more attention. Erie County, and our country as a whole, is in the worst opioid epidemic in history, and this widespread plague needs more awareness. Gaudentia Erie is the largest nonprofit provider of drug and alcohol treatment services in Pennsylvania. At Gaudentia Erie, our mission is to help individuals and families affected by drug and alcohol dependency, mental illness, and related conditions achieve a better quality of life and become productive members of society, regardless of their ability to pay. Through a continuum of care, Gaudentia Erie helps our clients with their recovery, guided by a philosophy of mutual concern, personal responsibility, and community awareness. Together, please help us smash the stigma of addiction. There's no shame in reaching out for help, and we're in this fight together. For more information on Gaudentia Erie's programs and services, please call 814-459-4775 or visit our Crossroads facility, which is located at 414 West 5th Street.
Give an hour. Give a Saturday. Give your best. We all have special talents, things we can do to help. And when we reach out a hand to one, we influence the condition of all. Get Connected Erie is a simple web-based solution to helping individuals find local volunteer opportunities that fit their interests and skills. Get Connected allows you to go online and create a custom profile and helps you find opportunities that meet your availability. There are hundreds of volunteer options available every day. Be a caring adult. Volunteer.
Dakota.
Erie's home for sports. CBS Sports Radio 96.3 and 1260.
Now back to the Jody Mack Show. Please keep your hands inside the ride at all times. Here's Jody Mack.
Rolling along on the Sunday get-together here on CBS Sports Radio. Jody Mack keeping you busy and company. Well, to keep you company, you got to be here. And number one, you're listening. Thanks. Number two, I want you involved. 2 ways you can do that on the CBS Sports Radio toll-free line, 855-212-4227, which is brought to you by the good folks at Geico. Doesn't matter what type of insurance need you have, homeowners, renters, motorcycles, bike, you name it. Geico can insure you for it. They can do it for less. Check it all out at geico.com, and you will be shocked if you don't save a couple bucks while you're at it. So we thank the people from Geico for sponsoring the telephone lines. There's no specific sponsor for Twitter, or at least I don't make any money off it. I got to figure out a way to do that. But you should be following me at Jody Macman, JodyMacman. You should be tweeting me there, because the best tweet that I receive over the course of today's show will be the Mac Daddy tweet of the day. Got a couple decent ones so far. We've still got 2 hours and change to play. So if you've got something particular you want to add that you think is of interest or insight, send it off to me at Jody Macman, JodyMacman. Your tweet could be read as the Daddy Mac tweet of the day before we wrap this bad boy come a couple hours from now. To the phones we return. Lance from New Mexico is up on CBS Sports Radio. Lance.
Thank you for taking my call. I appreciate it. I wish you'd come visit the 505. My call's about Kyler Murray. I know I'm off topic. It's been a lot of basketball today, but about his height, and there's been announcers on the air, that said that Michael Vick wasn't over 5'9", and that has nothing to do with height. Joe Flacco, 6'6", didn't play the whole season and had more block passes than anybody in the league. Okay, and what he does, Kyler Murray, he goes lateral. He goes lateral, and he knows he can take off through a seam. It's a total threat. And, all these people want to do the triple option and all this stuff. He is the real deal. And he knows how to slide. He's a baseball player, and that big hand of his just slings it. I mean, man, it's a dart. I mean, it's just right there every time. If he had any kind of defense at Oklahoma, oh, man, you can only wonder.
I'll make a weird comparison for you. Tell me if this holds any water. From a couple of years ago, and it's going over two different sports, so the comparison isn't perfect, but I think that it's there. Steph Curry was the leading scorer in the nation his junior year at Davidson, and people knocked him because A, he wasn't that big, B, he wasn't that athletic as compared to other guards around the country, C, well, he had to stay till his junior year just to get that high because now you got to be one and done. If you're a superstar player, you play 1 year and you get out of college as soon as possible. This guy to stick around till and people just kept questioning him and questioning him. I'm going, yeah, but do you ever watch him play? When he plays, he's amazing. The things that he does are amazing, and he dropped down lower in the first round than he should have gone, and now there are a lot of teams that look back at that draft and go, who do we take that year? And we could have taken Steph Curry, really? How'd we make that mistake? And I'm thinking along those same lines for Kyler Murray that if there are teams that say, well, we just can't have a 5'10" quarterback in this league. Are you watching the tape? Did you see what he did? Do you see what the production is? Isn't that what it's all about, the production and what you actually accomplish while you're on the field to play?
And you look back at Michael Vick, that's one of the best quarterbacks I think I've seen it if it wasn't for his trouble. I mean, he's a threat when he would go out there. It doesn't matter about the size. But this guy, he's a leader because he's been through championship games. He's been in the biggest thing you could be in. And he also gave up another, $1 million, whatever, but he loves football. He loves football, or he would have just went to play baseball and not taking the risk of getting hurt. He is not worried about that. He knows he can get himself out. That's one quarterback I do believe that is shifty enough and slide well and get himself out of trouble or throw it away. He's very cerebral, and people don't give him enough credit for that. I'm rooting for that guy. He won't get on my team that I root for, but I will always root for that guy because I've seen him play at an Oklahoma game.
What team do you root for, Lance?
Oh, Broncos. Joe Flacco's there. The guy.
It's time for Erie Otters hockey on WRIE Erie. CBS Sports Radio 96.3 and 1260 is proud to be the new home of Erie Otters hockey. Now let's go live and join the voice of the Erie Otters, Aaron Cooney.
Near must-win game for the Erie Otters last night as they welcomed in the Sarnia Sting for their final visit and matchup of the season with the two teams. And with both battling, one team trying to get into the postseason, one trying to shore up their playoff positioning, both teams needed the 2 points. In the first period, the Otters will be the ones striking first. Goals 50 seconds apart from Garrett Podubny and Curtis Henry, but it's Garrett Podubny on the power play that got things going. Matthew McDougall on the right wing, across the blue stripe and down to the corner. Trying to feed out towards the blue line. Knuckles it ahead for Drysdale. Then Garrett Podubny center point. Drags, fires, scores! Traffic in front, but Garrett Podubny lets it loose. And the Otters take the lead 1-0. 1-0, and Erie with the lead in the first. Curtis Henry would add to it as Curtis Henry would make it 2-0, 50 seconds after Garrett Podubny's strike in the first period. And Erie in the driver's seat after one. And once more, the Otters control, drag out to the front, get a shot away. That was blocked laying down, camera take it away. Erie charges behind the net. Along the near side, Chaika gets to the point. It's Curtis Henry. Back to the goal line. Henry walks in. Rush shot. He scores! Curtis Henry on the give and go. Rips it past Lamar. And it's 2-0 Erie. Sarnia would rally back in the beginning of the second period, drawing within one as Hugo Lavinius on a power play. And it was all Sting for the first half of the second period. But that would turn around as the Sting would head to the penalty box, and Erie would get their third opportunity with the power play. That's Jamie Drysdale on the board with his 7th of the season, and Erie back ahead by 2-3. Put up the acid. Half a minute on the power play left. Yetman, Erie 1 for 2 tonight with the man advantage. Back Tugel. Now Drysdale, one-timer, scores! Drysdale beats Lamar, and it's 3-1 Erie. 3-1 game. And then a 4-1 game after 2 periods as Chad Yetman would notch his 20th of the season as the Otters power play 3 for 4 on the evening. For the third period, we see the Sting begin their comeback opportunity. And drawing within 2 goals, 4-2 game as Sean Chosling nets his 19th of the year. And Erie clears at the far wall where it's picked up by Lavinius. Walks in front. And Sellen tries to stand him up, does enough of it. Look out, directed in front. Push to the goal, and they score. Nice passing play in front as McGregor sets up Sean Josling, and it's a 4-2 hockey game. And under 2 minutes later, they make it 4-3. As Ryan McGregor finds the puck after a misfire, pinball off the end boards right out to his tape in front. 1-goal game from Erie. Found once more by the Sting. Lavinius stick handling in tight quarters right side. Charges back to the slot. Lavinius holds the left wing side. Lets one go off the end boards in front. They score. It's McGregor after the bounce off the end boards. And it's a 1-goal game from the Erie Insurance Arena. Erie would take penalties late in regulation time in a 1-goal hockey game. It would be tight, but the PK unit comes up big. And as Max Golod steps out of the box, he would find the puck in the defense, rather than the offensive zone, and the chance for an empty netter to seal the deal. On the box goes Golod. And they send it down the length of the ice. Golod will beat out the icing call with an empty net. Golod for the empty goal. It's in. Max Golod with 24 seconds left pots the empty netter. It's 5-3 Erie. The Otters would hold on, taking the hockey game 5-3, and with 2 points, they draw within 1 point of the Windsor Spitfires for the 8th seed in the Western Conference playoff picture. Hello again, everybody. I'm Aaron Cooney. Otters and London Knights here today. As a quick turnaround, London is in a 3-3 situation. Erie back-to-back games and looking to take advantage of a Knights team that's coming off of 2 straight victories. More coming up. A chat with Chad Yetman also on the way. You're listening to the Erie Otters Radio Network on CBS Sports Radio 96.3 and 1260.
The Sheraton and Courtyard Erie Bayfront Hotels are proud sponsors of the Erie Otters. Join them for their pregame and postgame celebration at the award-winning Bayfront Grill or the brand-new Shoreline Grill, located just minutes away from all the action. Let them help you fuel up for the high-energy game with their extensive menus and craft brew selections. You ought to be dining with the best. The Sheraton Erie Bayfront Grill and Courtyard by Marriott.
Every time you enter the doors at New Motors, you're guaranteed to find the most experienced team in town. They understand the value of teamwork, provide great customer service, fight to get you the best price, and at the end of the day,
outstanding customer service is our goal.
Only at New Motors.
When you visit, remember, tell them Larry sent you.
Together, Highmark Blue Cross Blue Shield and AHN St. Vincent Hospital are collaborating for cancer breakthroughs. We're sharing insights to help improve treatment times and results for you and your loved ones. For certain types of cancer, radiation treatment times have been cut in half and achieved the same level of success, exposing patients to less radiation and giving them a chance at a quicker recovery. Highmark and AHN St. Vincent. Together for health. Together for you. Visit togetherforerie.com to learn more.
It's brand new and a classic, the Mitsubishi Eclipse Cross. This CUV delivers direct injection, turbocharged performance with super all-wheel control. Its dynamic design comes in great colors. Technology includes blind spot warning, lane change assist, and rear cross traffic alert. Lease the all-wheel drive Eclipse Cross. Only $279 a month, 0 down, sign and drive. And watch it turn corners and heads.
MSRP 25025, 36-month lease, 10,000 miles a year with approved credit pay, business plus tax, $599 paid at signing, includes first payment, doc fee, camp fees, title, and registration.
The new home of the Erie Otters, WRIE Erie, CBS Sports Radio 96.3 and 1260.
Welcome back inside the Erie Insurance Arena. I'm Aaron Cooney. It's the Erie Federal Credit Union pregame show. Otters and Knights for the final time this season, as the Knights have already taken 4 of the first 5 meetings. And the Otters looking to, well, know what happens here. It seems like a playoff atmosphere down the rest of the way. The Otters a critical victory last night against the Sarnia Sting. And they draw within a point of the Windsor Spitfires to that final playoff spot. So while we're sitting here waiting for this game to start, Windsor's in action right now, and they trail the Kingston Frontenacs 3-1 after 20. Well, we're going to finish up the second period here. So after near 2 periods, a little bit of time left, but it looks like Kingston is going to give the Otters a solid with a 3-1 lead right now through 40 minutes of play. The Otters 2 points here today. Well, they could jump into the postseason in the 8th seed, leapfrogging the Windsor Spitfires. And what an accomplishment for this group, battling back to get into the postseason if they can. But there's a lot of work to be done with 8 games left in this regular season, starting tonight against the London Knights. Let's take a look at tonight's Marsh Real Estate Services lineup, as Erie will once again go with Cole Cece, his 6th straight start, 7th straight appearance. As he gets the net once again with Daniel Murphy unavailable to start, he can serve in a emergency backup role here tonight. Here's some news for everybody out there. We have a few roster moves for the Otters here this evening. Let's take a look at our scratches. Brendan Kishnick is a scratch. Number 13, Elias Cohen, a scratch. Also Hayden Fowler, Jack Duff, Luke Beamish, and Alex Gritz. That brings us to our UPMC injury report. Alex Gritz now on the shelf with an upper body injury, injured in last night's hockey game. It looked like it stemmed from a hit in the third period that saw him going shoulder first to the near side corner boards in the offensive zone. Tried to finish it out, but eventually went down the runway about midway through the third period. So Gritz out with an upper body injury. We hope that he's able to get right back here with the Otters pushing for the postseason. Luke Beamish, he is done for the season with an upper body injury. That was from Chris Hartsburg, as he mentioned that to us in our interview during the UPMC intermission report last night. But no Luke Beamish the rest of the way out. Jack Duff is serving game 2 of a 2-game suspension. Elias Cohen is a healthy scratch. Brendan Kishnick, he is out suspended indefinitely after that hit last night. At the end of the game, he got 5 in the game for boarding as he ran Justin McCombs from behind with just seconds left. It was a dumb play with a game in hand that you did not need to go and finish that check. And because of that, Erie is without Brendan Kishnick here tonight. And they'll be playing down a defenseman because of that, with no Jack Duff, no Brendan Kishnick. Erie with 5 defensemen, but they have called up a forward as into the lineup for just his 4th OHL game will be Noah Sador. He'll be on the left wing with Daniel D'Amato and Brendan Sellen on the 4th line. Across the ice, Jordan Coy gets the start, 13-6-2-0. 3.01 goals against average and a .904 save percentage for the 18-year-old out of Bradford, Ontario. Vegas Golden Knights 7th round pick in 2018. Scratches for the Knights include number 4, William Lahead. He's serving game 3 of a 4-game suspension. Also scratched number 14, Luke Evangelista and Sahil Panwar. Those 2 are healthy scratches out tonight for the London Knights. Chad Yetman, well, he netted his 20th of the season, a 20-goal scorer here for the Erie Otters. Just their only their second. He's 1 of 2. The only other with the 20 goals on the year is Garrett Podobny. He also has 54 points, tied with Podobny for the team lead in scoring. I chatted with Chad Yetman earlier today. We'll hear from him next as the Erie Federal Credit Union pregame show rolls along. You're listening to the Erie Otters Radio Network on CBS Sports Radio 96.3 and 1260.
Jerry just gradually got worse and worse. Our doctor said the only thing that could save you is a live donor.
Karen's husband Jerry had end-stage liver disease and needed a transplant.
Our oldest daughter said, Dad, I'm a match, let's do this.
UPMC is the only hospital in the region that does living donor liver transplants.
UPMC saved all of our lives. My girls still have their dad. I still have my sweetheart.
I didn't choose to have my liver fail, but I did choose UPMC.
Every time you enter the doors at New Motors, you're guaranteed to find the most experienced team in town. They understand the value of teamwork, provide great customer service, fight to get you the best price, and at the end of the day,
outstanding customer service is our goal.
Only at New Motors.
When you visit, remember, tell them Larry sent you.
Over the years, technology has greatly improved the productivity of the business office. From faxes and copiers to multifunction printers, now we just don't know how to get things done without them. That means you need a reliable printer copier and a dependable service plan. That's why you should trust Cooper Business Machines. They are Erie's only authorized dealer for sharp document systems. And most importantly, they'll maintain your machine so that it continues to, well, work. Just like your car, it needs regular maintenance and parts need to be replaced regularly. If your copier isn't properly maintained or you're not getting toner in a timely fashion, then you've been reminded of what it's like to work in the dark ages. Don't wait any longer. Your business requires dependability. Shouldn't you expect the same? Cooper Business Machines, Erie's only authorized sharp dealer and service provider, helping you get back to business since 1980. Online at cooperbusinessmachines.com or call 456-7585. The new home of the Erie Otters, WRIE Erie, CBS Sports Radio 96.3 and 1260.
Welcome back inside the Erie Federal Credit Union pregame show. Aaron Cooney here, joined at this time by Erie Otters second-year forward Chad Yetman. And Chad was just asking about the production here. Quite an increase from last year to this year. I mean, over tripled your output when you're looking at points. 20 goals, picking one up last night too. What's been into it this season?
Yeah, I don't know. I've always had it in me, I think, but playing with a lot of good players. Max Gola, Garrett Podobny, now Matthew McDougall as well, and early in the year Kyle Maximovich. So those guys help a lot, and but it's nice obviously to be recognized like this and get some points. But I'm really looking forward to just the team's points and hopefully pushing for a playoff position.
And you got a big 2 points last night. Did it feel like a must-win hockey game, taking on the Sarnia Sting, a team right above you in the standings, a team that you can still catch now with the 2 points? You're 3 points behind them, but even more importantly, right behind the Windsor Spitfires by 1.
Yeah, we were going to that game thinking it should be a must-win, and we came out, performed, produced 2 points, and that's what we were looking for going into it, and that's massive for us going through this push here. So,
did it feel like the playoffs in that hockey game? It seemed like you had everybody's check was being finished. There wasn't a whole lot of ice out there. The pace was quick. It seemed like the playoffs have already started.
Yeah, haven't really played a playoff game yet, but it's seemed like that's what it would be like. The fans were also a little bit crazy and crazier than most nights, and that helped. And it just seemed like the intensity was there all game, and like you said, it seemed like a playoff game for sure.
3 for 4 on the power play last night as well. Even the special teams all around has really started to click here in the second half of the season. On the power play side, I know you've been on that here the entire season. Last night, what was the things that were working for this group to cash in 3 times?
We were just making quick plays, tape-to-tape plays, and find each other out there, and pucks were going in for us as well, which is nice. And I don't know, just we're clicking out there, and hopefully we can carry over today and do the same.
The last time you saw the London Knights, it was a Sunday here in this building. On top of that, the start didn't go well. They potted 8 goals here pretty quickly in the first 2 periods. You guys made an effort in the third to make it close and make a comeback bid. But what did you learn from that hockey game that you can implement here tonight when you take on the London Knights for the final time in the year?
Yeah, that was a tough weekend, 3-3 with travel from London. But obviously they came out hot that game and took an early lead. And we didn't give up that night, and we came back, had a little push in the third period. But we know we can stick with that team, and we beat them earlier in the season. So I think we'll be fine tonight if we can have that good push like we did in the third of that game.
Chad, thanks for this. Have fun here tonight against London.
Yeah, thanks, Aaron.
That's Chad Yitman of the Erie Otters. Face-Off is next. You're listening to the Erie Otters Radio Network on CBS Sports Radio 96.3 and 1260.
Together, Highmark Blue Cross Blue Shield and AHN St. Vincent Hospital connect care managers and personal doctors to simplify your care and give you peace of mind. We're teaming up to make sure members with complex health conditions like diabetes and heart disease have a dedicated care manager working with their doctors to make sure they get the right care in the right place at the right time. Highmark and AHN St. Vincent, together for health, together for you. Visit togetherforerie.com to learn more.
When you have a great name you can trust, you know where you can get a great used car with guaranteed credit approval. Erie Auto Credit, the home of guaranteed credit approval 100% of the time. Stop in today or go to erieautocredit.com.
Sadly, crime can strike anyone at any time. The good news is the Crime Victim Center of Erie County has been here for 45 years helping all victims of crime, be it rape, theft, assault, vandalism, burglary, or abuse. Report any crime to the police within 72 hours to secure your rights to victims' compensation and restitution. Call the Crime Victim Center of Erie County at 454-9414. They'll assist you in filing a claim, and if you need counseling, contact them 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. You're not alone. The Crime Victim Center of Erie County can help. Paid for with Pennsylvania taxpayer dollars.
At ServPro of West Erie County, no job is too big and no question is too small. So when fire or water damage strikes your home or business, call on ServPro of West Erie County at 814-806-1987. That's where you'll find a team of specialists that's faster to any size disaster. So when the things that matter most are on the line, call ServPro of West Erie County, 814-806-1987 to help make fire and water damage like it never even happened. Franchises are independently owned and operated.
When you need a loan and you don't know where to get it, you gotta call Erie Auto Credit, Erie Auto Credit, and ErieAutoCredit.com.
The new home of the Erie Otters, WRIE Erie, CBS Sports Radio 96.3 and 1260.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome inside the Erie Insurance Arena, where tonight the Ontario Hockey League presents a Midwest Division showdown with the final meeting of the year between the Erie Otters and the London Knights. Logan, everybody, I'm Aaron Cooney, set for this afternoon, evening's action. I think you can take your pick. But the Otters and the Knights for the final time this season. London has taken the season series 4-1 with this sixth and final meeting on the way, as Cole Ceci gets the net for the Erie Otters. 7-11-3-0 on the year, 4.34 his goals against average, and an .870 save percentage in his sixth straight start for the Erie Otters, with Daniel Murphy unavailable to start with a lower body injury. Jordan Coy across the ice, 13-6-2-0, 3.01 goals against average, and .904 save percentage, as he's making a second straight start in this building against the Erie Otters here today. As we're underway, and the face-off pulled back by the Knights. They'll play it down over to the right wing side, tucked into the zone. That one bounced off a glove and right at the Erie bench. Everybody kind of hanging off there. So 9 seconds in, we're going to reset. Just going to drop it again from center ice. So set, reset. London Knights looking to clinch the division with a victory here today. Erie Otters still battling to get into the postseason playoff picture. A point out. And watching the scoreboard, the Kingston Frontenacs lead the Windsor Spitfires 3-2. Should that hold in regulation time? Erie's a victory today would put Erie into the postseason for the time being, as it's flipped into the Erie zone down to the near side corner. Alex Formanton fires it around the horn, held in at the right point by Evan Bouchard. Tapped along in the circles. Chad Yetman picks it up there as Erie towards center ice. Max Gola in a bit of trouble. Plays it off a stick found by Bouchard, and this pass looking ahead man for Formanton. Erie, nice reach by McDougall to disrupt it enough, but look out. Formanton near steal here. Took the stick right out of the hands of Curtis Henry, but here to help out is Matthew McDougall for the Otters. Formanton, all sorts of trouble he's causing inside the Erie zone right now. And finally, Henry will lift this one off the window to center ice. And reset to the London Knights. Joey Keane to the near side. Timken and Moskal now watching here, played out towards the neutral zone, nearly picked off by Joe Mack, and the Knights again settle things down and play it ahead to Moskal into the Erie zone. Trying to cut across to the near circle towards me. Erie pokes it away from him, working up the boards but not out. Moskal chases once more. It's a shove into Henry. Down goes Henry. Mack, the centerman, in for Erie, and he'll pick this one up and play it ahead for Brendan Hoffman. Off a stick out to the right wing side, where it's quickly sent right back to center ice, and the Knights again with the handle. Timken, left side, Nelson, wrist shot. This one squeezing the legs is Cece. He's got it underneath him. As Josh Nelson nearly snuck that one underneath Cole Cece. He comes up with a stop, the first one of the game for either goaltender. A minute and 38 seconds in. Erie down to 5 defensemen here today. 2 defensemen out with suspension. Brendan Kishnick given a suspension. He's out indefinitely right now until they determine the length on that at the OHL office. The boarding call last night at the end of the game. You got 5 in the game. And the final couple seconds, here's Michael right off the draw. Saved by Cece. But Kishnick boarding Justin McCombs with the Sarnia Sting in the far boards in the final seconds. He's given the 5 in the game and suspended for now. Not available to the Erie Otters. Jack Duffy is serving game 2 of a 2-game suspension for going over the fight limit. On the other side of the ice, London's without a defenseman, as William Lahead is serving game 3 of a 4-game suspension for that high hit on Dmitry Samaruka. Another face-off one. Another try for McMichael, saved by Cece, and Erie jams it out towards neutral ice. 2 clean face-off wins to Connor McMichael, who's enjoyed playing the Erie Otters this season. 5 goals and 8 points against Erie in the 5 matchups. Golden, here takeaway, pokes it away from McMichael, his former teammate. And the Otters off the other way. They'll flip it onto the near side corner. Chasing is Podubny. Chaika wipes out on the far corner. As out to center ice, London carrying across the Erie Otters center ice logo. And now Nathan Dunkley dishes down the near side. Comes to Turco. And they look for McMichael down in the corner, but the Otters can block that initial pass. Now chasing behind the net, Golden and McMichael, is Jake Golden, the former London Knight, with the handle back behind his own net. Dishes near side for Singer, and out to center ice. Garrett Podubny will rip it long range, and the first stop for Jordan Coy on the day. That comes 2.5 minutes in as the Knights hold on and launch it out ahead to center ice. Slowed by Guzkov and tucked in right wing. Flying in is Cotter to pick it up on the backhand. Poke check by Daniel D'Amato. Marcus Gillard chasing after it. As the Otters have 2 rookie defensemen out there right now, Gillard and Drysdale. D'Amato has the puck in the corner. He'll hoist it ahead off the leg of Evan Bouchard. And Brendan Sellin for Noah Sador, and then lifted in left wing side. As Sellin will glove it down from D'Amato and chased into the corner. Drop pass for Daniel D'Amato. Sador watches as he looks from the far side corner. Cotter has D'Amato tied up. Brendan Sellin finds the handle out. He's roughed up by Alec Regula. Sellin still after this one. Got it loose for a second. Noah Sador comes in. He battles with Evan Bouchard back behind the goal line. But Bouchard using his frame at 6'2", 198. Erie, and here's a steal and slapping one towards the goal is D'Amato, and that one knuckler and just fluttered over the net. Sellin finds it again on the right wing side. Man just on his Yetman. Stripped to the puck by Connor. Drysdale is forced out to center ice. And they hand off to Sellin from the neutral zone. He's at the end of his shift. He's going to dump it in, head off to the benches. Out to play it, Coy finds Strongis. Headman play right side. Hancock. 50 goals, 51 assists, 101 points. He's just behind Morgan Frost of the Sioux Greyhounds for the league lead in scoring. And the battle for the OHL scoring title this year. Erie sends it off to stick of McDougal. And down the near corner on the shoot-in. Worked by Joey Keene to center ice. And Hancock will flip this one out ahead. Knocked it in midair nicely by Golden, And then once more, the Otters reset. Bring it up the right wing side. Taken again by the Knights. Volleying back and forth in neutral ice territory for the time being as Formanton can find it down the offensive zone. Swept away by Cece. Comes loose here. Wrist shot. They score! From the right side, walking in, Adam Boquist. That's his 19th of the season. As the puck right onto his tape, it bounced after the poke check by Cece. And the Knights take a 1-0 lead. Well, Formanton found that puck down along the goal line. Threw it to the front where Cole Cece just swept it away, but that puck in the air bounces right on the tape of Adam Boquist. And he rips that one short side from the right circle. And the Knights took a 1-0 lead. Well, it wasn't a pretty first two periods the last time these two teams got together at the Erie Insurance Arena for the Erie Otters' sake. As Erie would find themselves down 4-0 after one, then down 8-1 after two in this building before a slight comeback bid. They dropped that game 8-5 as the Knights made quick work in the first period the last time around as Gerard Keene sends one from the near side wall and whistle sounds. As that puck ended up out of play after it was blocked away. Hit the back. There's no net behind the Erie Otters zone right now. It's for protective netting behind because of the way the building is created. It's like a horseshoe, so that end, it went off the wall and back into play. So that does not count. It was out of play as that puck trickled back in the far side corner. Face-off will be to the right of Cole Cece after the Gerard Keene shot. 1-0 London, almost 5 minutes into this hockey game. Shots 5-1 in favor of the Knights. And they got the puck again. Nelson from the left corner after the face-off win. Spins away from the man, gives to Riley Coombs. Deflected in front. Timken sends it right through the goal mouth. Back out towards the blue lane where they hold. Emmett Sproul ties up Gerard Keene and works it out to center ice. Along the near side boards Hoffman. Picks up the puck after it squirts loose, and Hoffman on the backhand sends it in. Behind the goal, it's all white shirts until it's crashing that party's Emmett Sproul. Got it loose to the near side circle. Sproul has to get back up. He was knocked down by Coombe. Puck loose to the near side corner. Three aside here. 3 gold shirts, 3 white shirts. It's nice for us broadcasters that the Otters are back in the regular gold jerseys after the specialty jerseys last night. Icing call here to one of the Knights. Erie wore first responders themed jerseys last night against the Sarnia Sting. Thanks to Plyler Entry Systems for the annual Boots and Badges Charity Hockey Classic. But with gold on gold jersey or numbers on the arms, and then black, those dark numbers on dark jerseys on the back. It was a difficult task for myself and Lee Cunningham, the broadcast side, last night. Lee Cunningham, play-by-play voice on the radio for the Sarnia Sting. We get back to action here as it's flipped over to the far side. They're going to create a 2-on-1 here, and Moskal has Nelson with them. Moskal gives left side, and a nice poke check. Jake Golden breaks it up, but the Otters overskate the puck, trying to clear. They just dish it out to center ice, just chopped out by Marcus Gillard to center ice. On near costly mistake by the Otters to pinch it. Sprung loose on a 2-on-1. But Jake Golden, great defensive move there. Here's Erie into the zone. Wrist shot on the way, glove save. Coy holds on as Garrett Podubny launches one from long range, 55 feet out. And Garrett Podubny has both shots on goal for the Erie Otters, both from long range. One from the neutral zone, and this one just inches across the blue line. Erie has not threatened Coy much to start this hockey game. 6 minutes and 22 seconds in. Face off to the left of Coy. Spiked back to the corner by London. Picked up and wheeling behind the net, Regula. His dish to McMichael, and then tapped along to Turco. Comes right onto the tape of Curtis Henry, and he leaves it back out to center ice where London resets. Evan Bouchard. Edmonton Oilers, first round pick, 10th overall. And the man that went 2 picks before him at the NHL draft, Adam Boquist, his teammate, has the opening goal of this hockey game as the Knights lead 1-0. Rattled back into the Erie zone. Henry puts a body into Alex Turco. Puck loose the circle. Here's McMichael now. Backhand try. Save made. A rebound. Oh, it bounces through the paint. And it comes onto the near side corner. And McMichael's back on top of it. McMichael's centering pass. It goes off of CC. Comes to the left point. El Regula is to his partner Bouchard. Wrist shot. Glove save. And CC holds on. And the draw will be to his left as the Otters looking to find. They had a great start. The hockey game last night against the Sarnia Sting. In 50 seconds time span, they went up 2-0 midway in that period, but they're still looking for a consistent start to hockey games. As you see on the TV side, Dale Hunter on our screens as his Knights are looking for another division title that could be clinched tonight with the victory. Strawn just chases near side. Knights up 1-0. Erie finds the puck in the near side. They'll bounce it into the near side circle. Spun right back to Erie's end boards where Marcus Gillard flips it out ahead, and MacDougall in a race here against two London Knights. One by Joey Keane. He gives the Strawn just open ice left wing side into the Erie zone. Cuts across the blue line. Hands right with a chance. Ripping it off the post is Joey Keane. And once more, Keane has the handle. Along the blue line now. Right side. Behind the goal goes his defensive partner, Boquist, and he draws a call. It's going to be a hooking call coming up to the Erie Otters. Once they touch up, puck loose behind the net. Cotter puts a shoulder into Martin, and the whistle sounds. And the Otters will be going to the Planet Fitness penalty kill, trailing 1-0 as the London Knights with the game's first power play opportunity. That was a wild shift there after the post hit by Joey Keane. It was just this entire Knights team was moving. It looked like a tornado on ice as the white shirts just kept skating behind the net, up around the blue line, back behind the net, and it was the defenseman leading the charge with Keane and Boquist. And eventually back behind the goal, Boquist wheeling, trying to come out to the near side from behind the Erie goal. He's slashed by Marcus Gillard. And that is our call for the first power play belonging to London. One-timer from Bouchard, and he whistles that one off the end glass high. And Erie can pick this up from the far boards. Golden on for Selin, chips it ahead, and Jake Golden wants to hunt this one down to the corner. Wheels in back behind his former teammates. Net bumped by Kevin Hancock, and he'll drop one off where Bouchard takes over. 25 seconds off the power play. Evan Bouchard drop pass at center, cruising and handing left. Formanton, he's got a step, walks in, and getting a stick on it is Cece. And deflects it off the glass and out of play after making the stop. 11:28 to play, first period. 1-0 London Knights, and threatening on the power play. Alex Formanton had a 4-game point streak come to an end last night in Hamilton. A tough fought one. It was a tight game into the third period as Erie slaps it off the far boards and down ice. And the Knights with 3 goals in the third period to secure the victory 4-1 over the Hamilton Bulldogs. Erie last night go up 2-0 and then 4-1 after 2. Starting to make things interesting as the Otters take the victory 5-3 over the Sarnia Sting as Boquist carries into the Erie zone, chips it behind the goal for Hancock left side, swings it out to the line, and that's off the mark and out to center ice. 10th ranked power play in the league, the London Knights at 23.5%. When they play the Erie Otters this season, 8 for 18, 44.4% the power play against the Otters, but Erie's been playing pretty good here on the PK the last few weeks. Formanton, we'll give you that stat in a second. With the puck now with 35 seconds left on the power play. Formanton, wrist shot, save made, a rebound. CC, another stop. The puck in a scramble down low in the paint, still loose, and jarred just wide of the goal by Regula. CC gets his twig back. Formanton has it left side. He's kind of lost the handle, and Erie can sweep it down the ice. Cole Cece comes over the couple, bang, bang, stops in front on the front scramble. It stays 1-0, 10 seconds left in this power play. Erie's PK since February, the beginning of February, 82.8%. They have killed off 29-35. And looking to make it 30 of 36 is out of the box. Comes Marcus Gillard. The Knights give ahead into the zone once more. McMichael just stops the blue line, dishes left side for Nathan Dunkley. A couple upcoming NHL draft prospects for the 2019 NHL entry draft as Erie bounces it out towards neutral ice. It's taken away by Dunkley and scooped ahead McMichael as he hands off right. Liam Foodie to the blue line as Keene bounces one. Got a fan on that play and sent in front looking for Foodie on the far circle. Erie deflects a pass to the near side, and once more at the puck, it's Foodie. Jams it on in front. Here an opportunity sent wide by McMichael. Back behind the goal. Erie shrugs it up the near boards. Can they clear? No, it's sent right back to the circle. Grab one more, and they play it on a front. Look out, passing play, looking for McMichael. Foodie just missed him. And Liam Foodie once more has the handle. On the far boards, dishes to the point. It's Keene. Holds, waits, looks right, gives that way. Snapped across the zone to Coombe. Center point. It's Keene, and again, it looks like it's a power play, but it's not. It's 5-on-5 right now, and Foodie has the handle. Skates near side, comes to me, dishes towards the far boards, and it's Dunkley again. The Otters at least keeping him to the outside right now. They didn't get much no shots on goal, and Erie trying to lift it ahead, and it will get across the line. But with the handle again, it's London. As they reset, Erie's beginning to make some changes. Backing up is Curtis Henry, but that shift inside Erie territory, they ran him ragged. But for the Otters, not much threatening on goal in that department. As both teams finish out their personnel swaps. And with 8:20 to play in the first period, Drysdale gives us out ahead. 1-0. London Knights lead. And Adam Boquist's goal, his 19th of the season. As they crunch to the near side boards of the London zone right at the half wall. Spiked ahead to center ice. Ryan Martin takes the handle in front of his bench. He'll set up Drysdale. Looking for a 40-point season. 30 assists, 7 goals on the year for the Otters. First round pick, 4th overall. Look out, turnover in front. Sador has it, shoots, and he sends it just wide. Back as it rattles towards the front. And covering up is Jordan Coy as Brendan Sellen battling away on the far post. But we will have the whistle with 7:54 to play first period. Otters came this close from tying the game. And Noah Sador this close from having his first OHL goal. 1-0 London here in the first period. Real food, real beer, real historic atmosphere. That's what you'll find at the Brewery at Union Station, Erie's original brew pub and restaurant, located downtown at 123 West 14th Street. That's the Brewery, proud sponsor of the Erie Otters. Check their out-of-town scoreboard real quick. As always, it's brought to you by the Sheridan Courtyard Erie Bayfront Hotels. We're scoreboard watching here. Windsor and Kingston now tied. Spitfires come from behind, tie things up at 3 with 1:46 to go. Left onto the near side at the corner. Sador chases as the London Knights skated out right side. Cotter through neutral ice. He'll flip it towards the goal where it's smothered by Cece. And we'll have another whistle here. Face-off will be to Cece's left, I thought. And they'll wave everybody over. They lined up on the near side. They're going to say, no, it's the left of Cece. As Matt Seco emphatically waves, hey, over here. Connor's waved down. Strong just to take the handle. As D'Amato turns it into the far side corner and then plays this one ahead. Here's Brendan Sellen skating through neutral ice. Flip it on in and now to chase Noah Sador. Digging away against the skates of Evan Bouchard. Played up the near board, Strongest. And ahead Cotter. And now with the puck is Guzkov. He's shouldered by Martin. Drysdale back behind the net. Ducks the check. Nice move. The game possession and move it ahead by Jamie Drysdale. What the Otters can't clear. With the puck again is Guzkov. Turns it towards the corner. Yetman, the centerman, after it. Poked away from him by Cotter. To the near side, Strongest centers out towards the front, and Guzkov couldn't take the handle. Went off his skates. Never got a shot away, and Erie just prods at the center ice. Under 7 to go. Here in the first period, 1-0 lead. London Knights ahead on a Adam Boquist goal. Sellen dumps it in. Golod chasing behind the net. Gets the puck, puts it out in front, twisting backhand try. Save made, rebound near side. It's cleared to the wall by London. Coy comes up with his best so far. Ripped to the far corner by the Knights. Marcus Gillard there. Ducks away from Hancock, plays it up the wall. Held in by the right-hander Regula. And chipped back down to the corner. Liam Foudy goes after it. He'll skate behind the net with it. Gives near side on the pass. The shot off the post. As Erie blocked the vision of their goaltender, Hancock rings it off the far post and out. Now the iron has struck a few times for the Knights in this first period. Here's Regula once more. It could easily be a 2-3-0 hockey game here. Hoisted right to the center red line. Glove down by Matthew McDougall. He tries to send it into the zone. He's bumped by Liam Foudy. Now Emmett Sproul can charge ahead, but he forgot something. That's the puck. So Joe Mack trying to flip it on in. That's blocked by the Knights right in front of their bench. Spun towards the center ice area once more. Rattled into the zone. No icing on this one. Out to play it was Coy. Regula up the boards and then Formanton. Here's Curtis Henry. Takes a peek over his shoulder. Wanted to dish it off to his partner Golden, but still loses center ice. Gets across the blue line, and taking this puck is Keene. The older of the two Keene brothers. Joey, originally with the Barrie Colts. Look out. Here's a try for Erie in front, and Hoffman as Stone in front by Jordan Coy. Now Formanton's going to take off. He gets around a man, gets a shot away. Save made. Puck to the near side. As the Otters get a huge save. Another one on Formanton after he got loose. Rolling puck in the Erie Otters slot right now, and they'll move it out ahead off a skate. It's jammed right back in. London, it's offside right now. Martin has to pick up his stick from center ice, and he'll whack it into the zone. And twist and take a look around, and they begin the end of a shift change for him. As here comes London back to center ice. 4:40 to play here in the first period. 1-0 London, and it's McMichael flying into the zone. Picks it up and hands off to Coombe at the blue line. Dishes back down the near boards. Chaika ties a man up. That was Dunkley, and the Otters gulp this ahead. It'll flutter all the way down right in front of Coy, where it's scooped up by Evan Bouchard with 4:20 to go. And the Knights will reset this breakout here. Shots 12-4 in favor of the Knights. As they work it in off a stick, CC out to play it. They'll snap it around the boards, far side. Picked up by Garrett Podubny, and the Otters go off in flight. Pass a little behind Singer, but he tucks it into the zone anyways. Coy to move it. As he rips it up the near side boards, Drysdale can hold in. Flicks it towards the net here, deflected on goal. Save made by Coy, and the rebound behind the net. Chaika back to Drysdale, and just kind of pinballs out to center ice. They never cleanly handle it. As Drysdale now to reset from his line. Ahead for Chaika. Turn near side. Turned away McMichael. Chaika comes up with the puck. Walks into the slot now. Trying to get the handoff as he's hauled down by Gerard Keene. And Erie will go to the power play for the first time tonight. As right to the box goes Gerard Keene. It was hard to argue that one. Hooking call. And the Plymouth Tavern power play to the ice. And it's hot right now. 3 for 4 last night against the Sarnia Sting. The second time this season Erie's potted 3 power play goals in a year. You had to go back to Erie's visit to Kingston back in October for the last time they did it. 3 for 4 last night, and they'll take the ice. 14th ranked power play in the league at 19.1%. But it is the number 1 penalty kill unit in the Ontario Hockey League. The London Knights have it at 86.5%. Erie resets from their own end after a clear. Drysdale, he's got a little room to skate here, so dunked around one man. Now he's going to walk in, get the shot away. Save made from in tight by Coy. Even behind the net. Well, Drysdale just took around. There was no pass, so just did it himself. Now Podubny has it. They give off to Drysdale. Now McDougall right circle. Waits. Along the goal line, Maxim Golod. Given to the blue line, Drysdale. Hands left. Podubny in front looking for the tape of Golod. That's off a stick wide to the near corner. And then cleared by London. 1 minute and 15 seconds on this power play now. Drysdale picks up the handle from behind the net. He's got 2 in tow. Drops to the 1. That's Golod. Brings the right side. Erie overloaded there right now, but they do get it in. Here's Matthew McDougall. The goal line along the corner. Twisting is Maxim Golod. Now Yetman. Up the wall for Garrett Podubny at the half wall. Yetman once more. Waits. Garrett Podubny at the half wall. Erie towards the outside right now. Under a minute to go on the power play. Yetman trying to bounce it right back to Garrett Podubny. Does so. He finds Drysdale at the point. Right side, it's Matthew McDougall in front, reaching. Nice play by Fuji to get it away. Shot off the side of the cage from Garrett Podubny. Back in front, Erie tries. Couldn't get there. Tuck and try by Yetman along the near side post. It's pinned by the skate of Coy. And he gets the whistle on the stop. 36 seconds to go as Erie looks for the tying goal here. One 0 London. A Boquist goal. That came at 4:36 here in this first frame. Unassisted on top of that. Erie never put a centerman in, so it's a clean face-off one and an easy one by Billy Moskal, and rattled off the dasher down to Erie ice. Here comes Emmett Sproul with 23 seconds on the power play. Crushed right at the line on a hit from Joey Keane. The puck did get into the zone here as Erie works around the horn, but can't be held in by Golden. And the Otters reset again. Peter Chaika, the Otters, from the Czech Republic. Sends it off the near side corner boards. Found by the Knights, Riley Kuhn. He's bumped by Daniel Singer. Lifted up to center ice here. They're trying to step out of the box, and Nelson was right there, standing right in front of the door. Keane couldn't get out of the penalty box at the time, but the power play is over, and Erie has to reset, put out a line, as right now only defenseman is Golden. Minute 20 left. In the first period, 1-0 London Knights, and it's Jake Golden. Leaves it down the near side wall. He'll chase after it too, so does Emmett Sproul. Golden lost an edge as Hancock finds it. Lifted out off his skate. The Otters hold in here. Joe Mack pushes it along the blue line, but Evan Bouchard calmly settles it down. He'll give to Boquist. Bouchard now right side. Out there with Boquist, and they combine for 31 goals this season alone. Ton of offense from the Blue Liners for the London Knights. We'll talk about it a little bit later on as the Otters into the final 43 seconds. Have the handle right side of their own end. Along the blue line, Joe Mack. Knocked out of midair right at the line by Bouchard, followed up by Ryan Martin as he just brushes it down to the far side corner. Picked up once more by the Knights. Cole Timken out ahead, gives left side. Formanton trying to get a little more in here before the period ends with 23 seconds left. The Otters intercept, and Joe Mack bounce it up the left wing side. Henry in on the forecheck. Only man after it right now. Erie finishes the change here. 15 seconds left. Bouchard sends it ahead. That's tapped along. Fouled by Max Golod. He's going to go 1-on-2 into the zone left side. Maxim Golod with 10 seconds left. Golod near side now. He went around the entire zone. Gives in front. What a pass. And Henry sends it wide as the buzzer sounds. Oh, Max Golod in the last-ditch effort here at the end of the frame. Passes that one through the zone to the left circle. But Curtis Henry couldn't get it on goal. And the Knights will take a 1-0 lead into the intermission. When we come back for the UPMC intermission report, we'll chat with assistant coach Wes Wolf of the Erie Otters. That's next. You listen to the Erie Otters Radio Network on CBS Sports Radio 96.3 and 1260.
As a CEO, I want the best from our employees. In return, they want the best from their company, especially when it comes to their health benefits. That's why we choose UPMC Health Plan. It gives our employees in-network access to the best doctors and hospitals, including the world-class care of UPMC. And the best part? It's affordable for all of us.
For the quality, affordable coverage your company deserves, here's the plan, UPMC Health Plan.
With the new Express Sports football and car racing from the Pennsylvania Lottery, you can play your favorite sports at participating retailers, bars, and restaurants. Make your picks on your placelet, like touchdown pass on the third play, or the first 3 cars to cross the finish line, and watch the fast-paced lifelike action on the big screen. With drawings for cash prizes every 5 minutes, there's never a dull moment. Come on, come on. Yes!
Express Sports from the Pennsylvania Lottery. Compete from your seat. Players must be 18 or older. Benefits older Pennsylvanians every day.
It's brand new and a classic, the Mitsubishi Eclipse Cross. This CUV delivers direct injection, turbocharged performance with super all-wheel control. Its dynamic design comes in great colors. Technology includes blind spot warning, lane change assist, and rear cross traffic alert.
Lease the all-wheel drive Eclipse Cross. Only $279 a month, 0 down, sign and drive.
And watch it turn corners and hit.
hands.
MSRP $25,025, 36-month lease, 10,000 miles a year with approved credit pay business plus tax, $599 paid at signing, includes first payment, doc fee, camp fees, title, and registration.
Okay, we're going to keep this quick.
Because at Blaze Pizza,
artisanal quality at crazy fast speed is what we're all about.
Fresh dough made from scratch daily.
Walk the line and choose any toppings you like.
It's all one price.
Then it's just 180 seconds in our blazing hot oven
for fast bar perfection.
That's Blaze Pizza. Sound good?
Then come check us out and build your own pizza at Blaze Pizza.
Peachtree Square in Erie. At ServPro of West Erie County, no job is too big and no question is too small. So when fire or water damage strikes your home or business, call on ServPro of West Erie County at 814-806-1987. That's where you'll find a team of specialists that's faster to any size disaster. So when the things that matter most are on the line, call ServPro of West Erie County, 814-806-1987 to help make fire and water damage like it never even happened. Franchises are independently owned and operated.
The new home of the Erie Otters, WRIE Erie, CBS Sports Radio 96.3 and 1260.
Welcome back inside the UPMC Intermission Report. Aaron Cooney here, joined this time by Erie Otters assistant coach Wes Wolf. And Wes, a big one for this group last night. It wasn't a must-win game, but it kind of was a must-win game. You look at the teams ahead of you, and Sarnia being just a few points ahead of you in that situation going into it. But the way this team responded and came out playing the 60 minutes, how did the coaching staff look at and evaluate that hockey game last night with the victory over the Sarnia Sting?
Well, it was definitely a really important win when you look at the standings. And I think in preparation for the game, our message was that you can't place a different value on the game just because of where you are in the standings at that time of year. You know, at the end of the day, you have to execute, you have to play 60 minutes, and it's no different throughout the entire course of a 68-game season. And so if you put more pressure on yourself or you place more value on the moment, then what you end up doing is losing sight of what's important now. And I guess that's not the acronym we use, but WIN, what's important now, is sort of what we're going with right now. And we're really happy to get the victory, and it put us in a really good position. But at the same time, we have to make sure that we're not placing different value on these games now just because they are quote-unquote must-win situations.
The other thing with that, it looks like this team has kind of set into a playoff kind of style. It seems that games are a lot more physical. It seems like, and this team has kind of jumped right into that, feet first, not shying away from contact or some of the less space out there along the ice. Seeing that from this team and the way that they've just kind of responded to the games and to the opponent the last couple of games as well, how big of a step forward is this for this group moving forward with that and that kind of experience, even if playoffs end up not in the cards, but even going to the next year with a impressionable group into another season?
Yeah, I think if you look at the benchmark for success, if we're determining the playoffs to be the benchmark, that remains to be seen. But I think what we view our benchmark for success to be this year is to be playing meaningful games this time of year. And so it does mimic a playoff atmosphere in the sense that every night you need to win and you're playing opponents that have something to play for. And I think that in itself is just as valuable as the experience of playing in the first round of the playoffs for us. And on top of that, we're actually getting the variety of seeing different teams and, you know, having to prepare every night for someone different. I think if, you know, we're looking at it as a learning experience for our team for next year, then this is probably more valuable. And I think it helps us set what our benchmark for success is, and that's playing meaningful games.
Speaking of value, and as this team grows, this past week the team had the opportunity to get on the ice and be part of the community, joining the Mighty Otters sled hockey team on Tuesday night in one of their ice times, a scrimmage with the gang, and the Otters group right out there. It looked like they had a great time. But what also, because I know you work with the team in scheduling their appearances and getting out into the community, how are they growing as human beings on top of that, outside of the rink and away from hockey?
Well, obviously one of the priorities for us as a staff is to make sure that we're involved in the community and we provide a more holistic experience for our players, and that they're developing as hockey players first, but people as well. And I think, you know, that experience we had with the Mighty Otters was mutually beneficial. Obviously, for the Mighty Otters group to be able to get on the ice with our players, and it's an honor for us to have joined them, but we also were honored. And for our players, it's very humbling to see the impact you can have, but also, the degree of difficulty that sled hockey brings, and I guess the challenges and adversity that those players have to go through in their lives. It puts things into perspective for our guys. And so, any experience we can get, whether it's from a leadership standpoint, being able to go into a school, or if it's just a community appearance with a group like the Mighty Otters, where it provides some life perspective, I think it's really important, and it can actually lend into how you prepare for the game yourself. And I think it provides tremendous value, and I think our players have done a really good job embracing that role.
Final time against the Londonites here today, 4 o'clock start at the Erie Insurance Arena. The last time you saw them on a Sunday, the first 2 periods is also at the end of a 3-3 for the group. But the start wasn't there for the Erie Otters. A great pushback in the third period, coming up just a bit short. What did your team learn from that last meeting to prepare themselves here for today, when it's shoes kind of on the other foot, as the London Knights are coming in after 3-3, and this is their third game in a third day?
I think you have to be prepared to start the game on time, to steal from Mike Babcock. It's, it is a 60-minute game, but you can't lose focus on the start of the game. We put all this focus on playing a full effort throughout the entire night. Well, you need to start at the beginning of the game, and that kind of sets the tone for how everything's going to go. We were fortunate enough in the third period last time we played them to be able to recover a little bit, but I think we need to make sure that we're ready to go at the beginning of the game, and we can't take for granted that we've had a little bit of success here, or that they're traveling. None of those things matter in the moment. We need to make sure that we are ready to execute our game plan from the first drop of the puck until the final buzzer, and hopefully our guys are going to be able to bring that mentality into tonight and play a competitive game.
Wes, thanks for this. Thanks for your time, and good luck here against the London Knights.
Thanks, Aaron.
That's Wes Wolf, assistant coach for the Erie Otters. More coming up on the UPMC Intermission Report. You're listening to the Erie Otters Radio Network on CBS Sports Radio 96.3 and 1260.
With the new Express Sports football and car racing from the Pennsylvania Lottery, you can play your favorite sports at participating retailers, bars, and restaurants. Make your picks on your placelet, like touchdown pass on the third play, or the first 3 cars to cross the finish line, and watch the fast-paced lifelike action on the big screen. With drawings for cash prizes every 5 minutes, there's never a dull moment. Come on, come on. Yes!
Express Sports from the Pennsylvania Lottery. Compete from your seat. Players must be 18 or older. Benefits older Pennsylvanians every day.
Meet you at Molly's before the game, after the game, or for the game. The modern Irish pub is the Otters away game headquarters with live stream broadcast. Molly Brannigan's hospitality is rivaled only by her cooking. Our new menu features the finest homemade Irish fare, along with a wee bit of the unexpected. Happy hour is the perfect pregame. Score with buy one, get one appetizers and discounted drinks. And don't forget to try our Otters signature sandwich, the ultimate fan food. Molly Brannigan's, just north of Perry Square on State.
Together, Highmark Blue Cross Blue Shield and AHN St. Vincent Hospital make it easier to get quality care by investing in new facilities close to home, like an enhanced emergency department, renovated operating suites, an all-new cancer center, and the Eastside Health and Wellness Pavilion opening in 2019. Highmark and AHN St. Vincent. Together for health. Together for you. Visit togetherforerie.com to learn more.
Welcome to Tim Hortons.
I'll take a coffee and...
How about a bagel breakfast sandwich? They're just 2 for $4.
Ah, I like that.
Freshly prepared with savory sausage, fluffy egg, and melted cheese on a freshly baked bagel. Just 2 for $4.
I like that. I just fist bumped your speaker.
Oh, I just fist bumped you back.
Get 2 sausage, egg, and cheese breakfast sandwiches on a plain bagel or English muffin for just $4. Or mix and match for $4. Great quality at a great value. It's all good at Tim Hortons. No substitutions or additions, limited time only at participating restaurants.
The Sheraton and Courtyard Erie Bayfront Hotels are proud sponsors of the Erie Otters. Join them for their pregame and postgame celebration at the award-winning Bayfront Grill or the brand-new Shoreline Grill, located just minutes away from all the action. Let them help you fuel up for the high-energy game with their extensive menus and craft brew selections. You ought to be dining with the best. The Sheraton Erie Bayfront Grill and Courtyard by Marriott.
the new home of the Erie Otters. WRIE Erie, CBS Sports Radio 96.3 and 1260.
Welcome back inside the Erie Insurance Arena. The Erie Otters trailed the London Knights 1-0 after 20 minutes of play. I'm Aaron Cooney. It's the UPMC Intermission Report. Let's take a look at how we got there, recap this one for you. Then we'll take a look at the out-of-town scoreboard. And as we're looking to see, Erie got us a little bit of help with the Kingston Frontenacs and the Windsor Spitfires game. Went to overtime, but the outcome does work out in Erie's favor. We'll get to that in just a second. Let's recap this one for you. As it was mostly London early on. They would outshoot the Otters in the first near half the period, 11-2. So the Otters could get to their hockey game. They found their ways and outshot the rest of the way. Well, they outshot the Knights the rest of the way, 5-1 after that midway point. That the Otters would see the London Knights take a 1-0 lead on an Adam Boquist goal. Formanton picking up the puck down to the far side corner as he flying into the offensive zone and just kind of plays it to the side of the net. Was looking to flip it in front. That's whacked away by goaltender Cole Ceci with the paddle. And that puck bounced to the top of the right wing circle where it's scooped up by Adam Boquist cruising into the zone and just wires this one open just enough, and he snapped it for his 19th of the year unassisted at 4:36. That's the only goal. That's all we got. Both teams 0 for 1 on the power play. As final shots on goal total 12-7 in favor of the London Knights. Let's take a look at our out-of-town scoreboard, brought to you by the Sheridan Courtyard Erie Bayfront Hotels, proud sponsors of the Erie Otters. You ought to be staying with the best. Sunday games, busy Sunday. 7 other games out there in the Ontario Hockey League, and a lot of them hitting the final right now. Guelph Storm down the Kitchener Rangers 8-4. That was an 8-1 hockey game for a good period of time before they added a couple in the third period for the Kitchener Rangers. Sarnia Sting come from behind, and they beat the Niagara Ice Dogs in regulation time. 6-5 that final. As Sarnia rebounds from last night. North Bay Battalion, a 4-2 win over the Sudbury Wolves. The Ottawa 67s shut out the Mississauga Steelheads 3-0. And there's the final we were watching with the Kingston Frontenacs going to overtime with the Windsor Spitfires. Billy Costantino with the overtime winner for the Frontenacs, 4-3. So Windsor picks up a point, which puts them with 56 on the year now, 2 ahead of the Erie Otters. Erie has 2 games in hand on the Windsor Spitfires. And points or 2 points could bring them back within, tie them for a playoff spot. Then you get into tiebreakers and things like that. Elsewhere, Sault Ste. Marie Downs Owen Sound 4-3. And the evening nightcap game, Saginaw hosts Peterborough at 5:30. Second period is next. You're listening to the Erie Otters Radio Network on CBS Sports Radio 96.3 and 1260.
With the new Express Sports football and car racing from the Pennsylvania Lottery, you can play your favorite sports at participating retailers, bars, and restaurants. Make your picks on your placelet, like touchdown pass on the third play, or the first 3 cars to cross the finish line, and watch the fast-paced lifelike action on the big screen. With drawings for cash prizes every 5 minutes, there's never a dull moment. Come on, come on. Yes!
Express Sports from the Pennsylvania Lottery. Compete from your seat. Players must be 18 or older. Benefits older Pennsylvanians every day.
Together, Highmark Blue Cross Blue Shield and AHN St. Vincent Hospital make it easier to get quality care by investing in new facilities close to home. Like an enhanced emergency department, renovated operating suites, an all-new cancer center, and the Eastside Health and Wellness Pavilion opening in 2019. Highmark and AHN St. Vincent. Together for health. Together for you. Visit togetherforerie.com to learn more.
Meet you at Molly's before the game, after the game, or for the game. The Modern Irish Pub is the Otters away game headquarters with live stream broadcast. Molly Brannigan's hospitality is rivaled only by her cooking. Our new menu features the finest homemade Irish fare, along with a wee bit of the unexpected. Happy hour is the perfect pregame. Score with buy one, get one appetizers and discounted drinks. And don't forget to try our Otters Signature Sandwich, the ultimate fan food. Molly Brannigan's, just north of Perry Square on State.
Every time you enter the doors at New Motors, you're guaranteed to find the most experienced team in town. They understand the value of teamwork, provide great customer service, fight to get you the best price, and at the end of the day,
outstanding customer service is our goal.
Only at New Motors.
When you visit, remember, tell them Larry sent you.
Few things hurt as much as a family or relationship that begins to unravel, and the longer it goes, the worse it feels. No matter how bad it seems, it doesn't have to be that way. There is hope. If you or a loved one needs help, call Family Services of NWPA today. Counseling is available for families, individuals, and couples. Take the first step at fsnwpa.org. Family Services of NWPA is a proud sponsor of the Erie Otters.
The new home of the Erie Otters, WRIE Erie, CBS Sports Radio 96.3 and 1260.
Welcome back inside the Erie Insurance Arena, ready for the second period. Otters trail the London Knights 1-0 after 20 minutes of play. As London wins this face-off to kick things off, an icing call off the bat. And we'll go into Jordan Coy's side of things. Switch sides for the second period. Erie moving right to left on your computer screens, radio dials. London Knights left to right. Erie in the home golds with the navy and white trim. The Knights in the road whites. Green and gold with black pants. The right side of Jordan Coy. In a 1-0 hockey game, London outshot Erie 12-7. And really, it was mostly London the beginning part of the hockey game as Erie got back into their systems and back into their game. They were outshot 11-2 to start. So they got a few more on goal. Let's look out. This one's turned over at the center red line, and here comes Hancock left wing side. Erie trying to get back here as Hancock just sends that one rising over the net. The near side boards for Minton. And then down for Foodie in the corner. Two Otters watch him. They'll send it out to the point. Here's Evan Bouchard. Waits, shoots, saved by CC. Right to the mitt, holds on. And a whistle for a face-off coming to his left. And we mentioned back in the first period, where this London Knights defensive crew and the way they put up points. 56 goals from defensemen this year. And the group combined right now on this roster, 185 points between the defense corps. Joe Mack waved out of the faceoff dot. Brendan Hoffman will take it for Erie as Billy Moskal settles in. Erie pulls it back behind their net, and London native Ryan Martin, he's bounced off the puck by Nelson along the far side corner. Jostling back and forth in the battle. And then back to the far corner we go again as it goes up high, right back down, knocked loose by Erie. They'll send it off the wall out to center ice. Ahead for Timken. And then left wing into the zone they come once more. Timken waits, bounces it off the stick. Nelson finds it in the corner. And the Knights in possession from Erie ice. That pass didn't make it down low as they intended, and Joe Mack intercepts. And then lifted in by Emmett Sproul on the far corner. Erie battling back behind the London net. Fresh defensive pairing on for Erie. Unable to get there in time as Colt Timken plays this out ahead, right in front of his own bench to be grabbed by Moskal, and in behind the net he cruises with Marcus Gillard on his back. Erie gets a steal, they take it away, poking at Emmett Sproul out to center ice. With the Knights reset, Joey Keane went to his line. He's hit and down, hauled down Joe Mack, and they both go down to the ice now. As Erie's Daniel Singer, nice little move, drags into the zone. Had his stick lifted from behind. Nice defensive play by Nelson, and he pokes it out to center ice, and in nearly walked around Henry, but good reach. There's that 6'3" reach of Curtis Henry to take the puck away, banking off the near wall, and where it's covered by Coy as it trickles on goal. And a face off to his left coming up. 17:53 left. So team 61 here for the Erie Otters. 7 after this. And those 7 games, it is going to be a tough stretch. 3-3 next week, Thursday, Friday, Saturday in Niagara. Thursday in Kitchener. Friday home against the Mississauga Steelheads on a Saturday night. As London nearly offside on this play as they bounce it back to Erie Ice. Then Chaika goes the other way, flying right through the zone. Wrist shot. Scores! Oh, Peter Chaika, a knuckler that just fools Jordan Coy. We're tied at 1. Well, they deflected the shot as Chaika just walks right into the zone. That's a shot that goes off the stick of Evan Bouchard and just fluttered in. Misread by Jordan Coy, and Peter Chaika has tied this one up with his 20th of the year. This one off a stick out of play right at center ice into the penalty box. But Peter Chaika, he's been sitting at 19 for quite a while here. I know he's a bit snake bitten, as it's drilled back into the Erie zone as they get back to action. And Noah Sador will find it back in his own corner. As for Chaika, it's his first goal since February 12th in Kitchener. Icing call against the Erie Otters. 7 games without one for Peter Chaika, so he'll snap that streak, but more importantly, ties his hockey game. And one that Jordan Coy certainly want to have back. Face off the right of Cole Ceci, pulled back by the Knights. Wrist shot wide from the blue line as Erie steers it up the near side. Maxim Golan had it cut off by Boquist. Digawale on the near side. Out to the point. Unassisted goal. It's listed. As Hancock rattles it back in down deeply, and Foodie finds it. Hands off towards top of the circles. That pass is picked off. And ahead for Maxim Golan, just between his legs. Poke check by Boquist, loose to the near side. And they go rambling back the other way, London. Drop pass, but they're offsides on that pass. As we sit tied. 1-1 here from the Erie Insurance Arena. And the face-off will be at center ice. Choose the dot right in front of me. Here is Chaika's 20th of the year. Comes at 2:24. Unassisted. Both goals here tonight unassisted. As Keene with a steal. Throws it in down deep. Formanton, he's run to the wall by Curtis Henry of the Otters. Hancock almost picked that play off, and Golan can finish things up. They go the right side. Wrist shot kicked out. McDougall stopped by Coy. Otters set up. Here's Drysdale. Great skating ability. Holds in from the blue line. Drops it off the glass and puts it back behind the goal as Maxim Golan trying to spin away from Boquist. Yetman is leaned on as well. That's by Liam Foodie. Erie making the change behind the play. Finally dug out. Flipped by Foodie to the far boards. Keene will find it and lift this all the way back down ice. On goal, no icing on this play. They steer it to the near side. Erie drops behind it. Look out. Picked off. Wide open. Tapped in front. Kick save by Ceci as he robs Liam Foodie in front on the slam dunk. And off goes Emmett Sproul the other way. Big save for Ceci. Wrist shot from Sproul, and it's gloved down by Coy. He's got it for the whistle. Well, the Otters just nearly gave the lead right back with that opportunity. As Curtis Henry just kind of had to roll off his stick, the intended pass, and it's picked up in front. It was nearly a 3-on-0. They dish it around, put it in front, and Cole Ceci comes up with a toe save. Keep this game tied at 1. Nelson back the other way. Jams the brakes along the near side corner boards, watched by Jake Golden. Behind the goal, Timken, man in front is Moskal. Jamming away is Moskal. 2 saves from Ceci. Down and tight. Erie reverses back behind their net. Golden looking for it here. They'll hoist it out towards the blue line, and then it'll bounce to center ice. Knights reset, come back in. It doesn't look like they've played 3 games in 3 days here. Knights are still flying. Put it out to the line, and right in front of Gerard Keene, Emmett Sproul able to intercept. And
And his pass just off the mark, but still brought in by Golden. They'll slow him down on that rush here. Golden shot, popped in the air again. Coy loose in front, knocked to the circles. Erie plays at the far wall as Hoffman jams it back in deep. Jake Golden nearly gave the Otters the lead as they go after the glove of Coy again. Icing call coming up to London with 14:38 left in the second period, and former London Knight almost fooled his former teammate again, Jordan Coy. Got enough of it with the glove hand, and then the scramble in front sends it away. Face off to the right of goaltender Coy. Glove down, and Timken was tripped up on the play here, but we're going to reset and do this face-off again. London 27-1-0 when they lead after the first period, but the Otters able to tie things up. Peter Chenka on the board. His 20th of the year. This one played off the stick out to center ice. Gillard gloves it down, hands off to Jamie Drysdale. 5.5 minutes off the clock here from the Erie Insurance Arena in the second period. Sent off the skate of Singer into the zone. Coy to move it. Fire snaps it over to the far side. Hoisted up the wall, but not out. Kuhn gets another try. It'll bounce to the line. Erie able to hold in. Garrett Podubny stick handling and plays it to the corner. Chenka charges back there. Along the end boards, steered back behind by Gerard Keane and lifted the center on the clear. And the Otters bouncing puck. Skipped over the stick of Marcus Gillard, but he's able to settle it down now. Backs up the circles and plays it ahead. Ramped in by Garrett Podubny. And Coy's going to move it. Taps it for Bouchard. Headman from McMichael. Steal by Singer. Taken right back. Chenka finds it though. Wrist shot. They got a stick on it. Bouchard blocks it. They'll try another one here. Just on is Golden. Sends it in. Erie offside right now. They'll finish off a change while they do so, but some great stick work from both teams. A couple takeaways as Bouchard's shot gobbled up by Cece with 13:32 to go. Second period. It was Daniel Singer in the slot. Took it away from McMichael. But he turns right back around as Singer was looking to get a shot away. Took it back from him. Ends up on the stick of Peter Chenka. The shot is blocked by Evan Bouchard to negate the offensive chance. Face-off won by the Knights to the line, but couldn't be held in. Just out of the reach of Regula to stay onside. The big 6'4", 207-pound defenseman back in his own end. Little skate gives to Bouchard. Ramped in off the skate of McMichael down to the near side corner. Erie zone. Along the near boards, picked up by McMichael. As he tries to flip it towards the net, hits the side of the cage here. Henry battling away. He was turned around, twisted by McMichael. Now Dunkley takes over. Shoved down to the ice by Curtis Henry. Goes after it, and Zellen will find it. Fired off the wall, but not out. Regula gives left. And now it's McMichael on the goal line. Sharp angle try. He just floats right through the goal mouth. Off the the near side boards, held in by Bouchard. Back to the Erie end boards as D'Amato playing some center here today for the Otters without Alex Kritz. And on the backhand, he'll wedge it back the other way. Slows down right in front of Coy to be grabbed by the captain, Evan Bouchard. 12:35 to play here, second period. 1-1 score. And Evan Bouchard launches this one off the end boards of the Erie zone. They go in chase. Martin picks it up for Erie. Nearly stripped of the puck by Guzkov. Martin heads behind his own net now as Erie tucks it towards the circle. And off goes Chad Yetman. His pass off a stick couldn't be found by Matthew McDougall. And it's sent back to Erie ice, and Ryan Martin on back to play it. Puts it behind the net. Stolen away by Strong. Just put out in front. Cotter doesn't shoot. Holds from the half wall now. Jams it down the far side wall. Gets it back on for Guzkov. Now to the near side corner. Guzkov to the circle. Gun cocked at the point for Boquist. Guzkov shoots one. That's off the end boards. Picked up behind the net by Keane. Joey Keane now. Which way's he going to go? He'll move over far boards. Gives out. Boquist in the slot. Wrist shot. That one off the glass high. And now Keane makes his move. Stripped to the puck. Martin has it for Erie. And ahead for Yetman. Just out of the reach of Matthew McDougall. No icing on this play. Erie makes a change of defenders as the Knights pick it up and hold behind their net. 11:30 to play, second period. 1-1 hockey game here. Here comes Boquist cruising into the Erie zone around Drysdale. Poke check as Drysdale sends it over to the far side while the Otters walked away from the puck. And Strong will hold in. From the right side corner, it's Paul Cotter. Vegas Golden Knights pick. Slammed up the near side by Erie. McDougall can slow it down, but Keane fires it right back off of his own man, Guzkov, and the whistle sounds for offside. 11:08 to go. 1-1 hockey game here from the Erie Insurance Arena. Boquist, Chaika, both unassisted. And a center ice face-off for us here. There you saw head coach Chris Hartsburg. 2 wins away from 50 with the Erie Otters. Bounced on down to the Erie end once more. As Brendan Hoffman puts a shoulder on to Formanton. Puck still loose and jams right back to the Erie end. Along the near corner. Reaching is Henry. Foodie cuts that off. Joe Mack up the wall, but not out. Hancock takes over. Running a 9-game point streak. Here's Hancock down the near side. Foodie holds. Waits. Runs out of room as he bumped the near corner. Gives to the point, however. Gerard Keane bounces it right back down for Liam Foodie. Tries to send it out in front. Erie blocks the pass. And ahead for Emmett Sproul, but it's held in again. With a long-range try, CC comes up with the stop. Waving the wand in front was Liam Foodie. But Cole CC comes up with the save. His 17th tonight with 10:25 to go in the second period. All even at 1 from the Erie Insurance Arena. The final meeting between these two Midwest Division rivals. There's a great stat. Shared, we'll get to that in a second here. Erie taps it out to center ice. Mike Stubbs shared on the radio broadcast crew for the London Knights that the last 11 years in the Ontario Hockey League, the Midwest Division, every team in the Midwest Division has won an OHL title the last 11 years. That is wild, the way the Midwest Division seemingly always finds its way at the top. Here's Chaika. You got to remember a couple of seasons ago, in 13-14 year, London, Erie, and Guelph all had 100 points. First time ever in the OHL, but 3 teams in one division all had 100 points. This one bounced ahead, and just ahead of the play is Mossville. It's going to be an offside call. As that puck was bounced just in front of him. 9:45 left second period. 1-1 score here from the Erie Insurance Arena. Keep your clothes in top shape with Chino's Dry Cleaners, complete with an easy, accessible drive-through and free pickup and drop-off. Chino's Cleaners is second to none. That's Chino's Dry Cleaners, the official dry cleaning service provider of the Erie Otters. Face off from the centers where we'll drop it on the whistle. Our officiating crew is brought to you by Visual Options. Joe Celestin, Drew Jackson, our 2 referees, Matt Seco and Scott Lawson, our linesmen here tonight. Midway through the hockey game, tied at 1. London opened the scoring in the first. Erie answers in the second. The Otters involved in yet another tight hockey game. Evan Bouchard takes the handle after the face-off win for London, steered in off the stick of Turco, and found in the far side boards right at the corner of the Otters end as Ryan Martin has to tie up Nathan Dunkley. 191st in the NHL Central Scouting Service midterm rankings, given to the front. Erie's going to pick that off, and Chaika just delivers it out to center ice, where Regula sends it right back into the Erie zone, partially slowed down by CC. Allows Gillard to fight it. Nice pass ahead for Peter Chaika. Erie with 3 men ahead. Down the near side wall. Quickly chopped back out by Bouchard, and Dunkley comes back. Skating backwards is Marcus Gillard. Connor McMichael gives off in front, looking for Dunkley, swing and a miss. Now McMichael walks out in front, backhand tries off a stick, ends up behind the goal. Found there by Dunkley, out in front, looking for McMichael. It bounces off his stick, and Erie ahead. It's Garrett Podubny, reaching, poking, bouncing, and the puck found by London. And they'll work it right wing side. Connor McMichael down the right wing. Drops it off for Alec Regula. Into the slot now, drags, fires, misses wide. And Erie up the near side wall. Track meet now. Drysdale left side for Noah Sador. Into the zone he comes. D'Amato right back down low for Sador. He'll hustle after it here. Finds it along the far side corner. Noah Sador won a championship in Ridley College is coming off that MPHL championship. Now Golden has it. Down low, Daniel D'Amato. On the far side wall down to the point. Golden from Drysdale. Jake Golden left side drags. He fires. Oh, heavy hit from former teammate Regula. Down went Golden. The shot was blocked and a break the other way for London. Down the right wing side is Dunkley. Holds, waits, tries to play it in front. It's off his skate and off goes Erie. Brendan Sellen charging down the right wing side. Nearly too many men on the ice there. Erie looking for them. Won't get it. Here's Sador. He's open. Shoots. Saved by Coy. And he holds on. And the Otters bench up in arms. As Brendan Sellen down the right wing side. A man hopped onto the playing surface right in front of him and then hopped right back off. B.J. Adams is still looking for some sort of explanation from Drew Jackson over the far side. He is getting an earful. And bad news for the Otters as Jake Golden heads down the runway into the Erie locker room. Otters already with just 5 defensemen dressed for tonight. And Andrew Kutneski will join them, which is bad news. That means injury. We'll wait and see what happens with Golden, but Erie down to 4 defensemen right now. Martin, Drysdale, Henry, and Marcus Gillard. Remember, they could not dress. Kishnick and Duff due to suspension. And now Golden appears injured on the hit from Alec Regula. Here's Ryan Martin out at center ice. He'll bring him to the zone now, right wing side. Martin to the circle, trying to give across for Yetman. That pass is blocked. Spike to center ice, and now Henry turning him around. Here comes Formanton, walks in, and he fires it wide. Formanton gets it right back, though, in the slot on his back. Max Golod trying to chip it out ahead. Max Golod in flight. Formanton on his back. Erie's got numbers. They drop it to MacDougall. Walks in, wrist shot, save, man, rebound. Henry follows up, and he's stopped as well. Back the other way we go. And it's Liam Foodie. Drysdale, the one man to beat. Drysdale, teed up by Jamie Drysdale. And Erie looking for the puck in the near side circle. They overskate. Hancock has it. Walks to the slot. Shot blocked by Drysdale. And the Otters move it ahead. It's Yetman now. Right side into the zone. Maxim Golan. Drysdale again in front. Off his skate. Bounces in front. Yetman couldn't settle it down. As Coy covers up. 1-1 hockey game. But a frantic sequence of events. Both teams with odd man rushes. Nothing coming to show for it. Face-offs to the left of Jordan Coy. Came up with a good save. A couple of them too. Man, London, they're getting their opportunities, but how many times have they missed the net? Here on Cole Ceci. Cole Ceci has come up with some great saves. None better than the one on Liam Foodie earlier in this period, set up by Hancock. But other than that, man, they have not hit the net probably as much as you had hoped. Thin bench for the Erie Otters right now as Drysdale works it ahead. The overtime winner for the Otters' only victory over the London Knights this season. Now it's in London as Sador takes a shot from Connor. And Daniel D'Amato, he'll run him in at the far boards. Connor has the handle, though. Going for a skate, Connor on his own end. 6:15 to play, second period. And here's Guzkov through center ice. Dish to the left, and into the zone they come. Wheeling in behind the net, jamming on the brakes, put out in front by Strawn, just denied. Ceci as he stops Guzkov right in front. Now the puck on top of it is Strawn just for a second. Here he's going to try to hoist this one ahead, and where did it go? Into the London bench. Face-off will come out to neutral ice. Dangerous play close along the wall, but Dan D'Amato calmly keeps it in the side of the playing surface until it goes off a glove on the bench on the London Knights. So you got 2 defensive pairings for the Erie Otters right now. B.J. Adams is talking with Marcus Gillard and Jamie Drysdale. Martin and Henry out there now. Behind the net of the Erie zone. Timken. Pass along the circle, taken by Brendan Hoffman. Ahead for Emmett Sproul, trying to give right back. Pass was blocked by Evan Bouchard. And now here's Moskal in front of the benches down left wing side. He's going to be hit by Ryan Martin. as the Otters look for the puck behind their goal. Swept up the near side by Henry, furthered by Sproul, but not out. Evan Bouchard nicely holds in, and he hands off to Cole Timken. Moskal now in the corner as he turns. Please plant it along the glass. Nelson after it too. Erie jams up the near side wall. Sproul hits the brakes, feeds it around Evan Bouchard. This will trickle back towards London ice. Here's Regula. Up the near boards, furthered by the skate of Moskal. He'll pick it up on the other side of Curtis Henry, and here's Moskal right wing. Trying to push it out to the front of the net off a skate. Still loose. Erie's Drysdale sends it along. Erie can find it. Tap for Hoffman, and now Sproul. Shoulder. Down he goes. Another hit from Regula, who's laying the body, and Sproul slow to get up. Timken shoots it back into Erie ice. Changes on for London. Erie back behind their goal, and they'll move it for Emmett Sproul here. Sent out to Brendan Hoffman. Winds up. Looking for the heavy slapper. Had his pocket picked by Hoffman, and the Otters, they can't get a full-size change on as Bouchard brings it right back in. Now McMichael from the face-off circle. Along the right wing. Turco directs traffic. They give to Dunkley. He comes back up the half wall. Garrett Podubny takes over. Now Singer. And off his skate, Jamie Drysdale. He'll carry the mail to center ice and rip it on in. Podubny looking for it near side. To Chaika into the circle. Can't get a shot off. It was blocked by McMichael. With 4:12 to play here in the second. 1-1 hockey game from the Erie Insurance Arena. Final meeting between the Knights and the Otters for the regular season as Martin picks one off. He walks into the zones with a slot. Getting enough of it. It's Coy as he sends it off his arm to the far boards. Here's Dunkley finding it along the ice. He picks himself back up. Now Boquist leads the march ahead. 4-on-2 the other way. Boquist, the right circle. Tap back across for McMichael at the circle. His shot. That one off his stick, and it sails high. The Otters find it once more. Dish back behind the goal. Ryan Martin, he's just gassed right now after that play. Erie trying to work it out ahead. That was the second period. Long change right now for the Otters as Yetman can't get it into the zone. Martin's got to stay out here. As it's sent back to Erie ice. Liam Footy on ahead. Diving is Martin on a desperate play, and he takes it away right in front of Dunkley. And the whistle will sound on Erie. Icing call, and Ryan Martin gassed. He's doubled over. You'll have to stay out unless they decide to use a timeout. And there it is from head coach Chris Hartsburg with 3:18 to go in the second. You had to. The way the Otters were running in their zone a bit, and Ryan Martin, he will just drift over to the Erie bench, hunched over at the waist, and now he'll take a seat and a much-deserved break. We're tied at 1 here at the Erie Insurance Arena. Otters and London Knights. With London looking to secure the division, and Erie looking to what now would be tying the Windsor Spitfires for the 8th seed in the Western Conference. They picked up a point in an overtime loss to the Kingston Frontenacs. They were 56 on the year. Erie with 54. Some other OHL scores are out-of-town scoreboard brought to you by the Sheraton Courtyard Erie Bayfront Hotels, proud sponsors of the Erie Otters. You ought to be staying with the best. This is all finals now. We are the only game in action until 5:30 when the Saginaw Spirit Peterborough Pete's kick off. Sault Ste. Marie Downs Owen Sound 4-3. 8-4 Guelph over Kitchener. Sarnia 6-5 over Niagara. North Bay 4-2 over Sudbury. 3-0 Ottawa over Mississauga as the Otters control the face-off. Henry, Drysdale from the right side circle. Ramped off the backhand of MacDougall into the zone. But with it, Boquist as he calmly steers it behind his net, D-to-D. And Keene gets it right back from Formanton. Outwaits Golod and finds Boquist. Headman play. Drysdale's trying to stay with Formanton and has to peel off. Hits the brakes. Delivers it to the corner as MacDougall almost wiped out. And now he knocks down Kevin Hancock. And a penalty coming up to the Erie Otters. Given down low, however, still with the goaltender off now, extra man on. Keene has it, gives left. Formanton, they set up just on Cotter, save made. As CC kicks it to the near side boards. Still loose, and the Otters strip him of the puck. And now pushing and shoving. Golod mixed up with Liam Footy. Henry pushing and shoving with Paul Cotter. But the only call is Matthew MacDougall. Tripping call, and for the power play go the London Knights for the second time tonight. Oh for 1 tonight. Erie killed off the first one. With 2:34 to go, they win the draw back and set up shop. Bouchard, Formanton, left side, looking for Regula down low. Off the end board, swept ahead by Brendan Sellen, and it's all the way down ice. Bouchard calmly looks and brings us out ahead to center ice. Gives to Boquist, now some speed left wing side. Busting down the circles is Formanton. To the blue line, bouncing puck settled down. They find Bouchard at the middle of the ice. Then Hancock, ripped around the boards. Boquist once more at the half wall. Tucks it to the point. Bouchard giving across. It's Hancock. Floated right side. What a pass, but sent through the goal mouth. No one there. And shot off the side of the net by Hancock. They reset once more. Boquist. Bouchard holds, waits, back to Boquist in the right circle, down low, twisted out to the front, off the side of the net. I don't know if Cece got it. It would have been miraculous. Sent back to the front of the goal. Hoisted ahead, but not out as Ryan Martin trying to get right back up. Still with the power play. Hancock shot. That one blocked out of play. But Kevin Hancock with an open net. Cece diving to his right. I'm not sure if he got a piece of it or not, but it definitely caught some iron. And Hancock denied of his 51st of the season. They win the draw to Bouchard once more. 53 seconds on the power play. Boquist, Pester, picked off by Podubny. They get a 2-on-1. Yetman with Podubny. Garrett Podubny, left wing side, hits the circle, shoots, save made. As Coy puts it back behind his net. Bouchard settles it down after the poke by Podubny. 37 seconds in the power play. Erie tonight shorthanded and back in with the man advantage. Here's London setting up shop. Angle for Bouchard at the point. Keane right side now. Hold, plays it in front, deflected by Regula wide. Final minute of play of the second period. Hancock, Keane, slapper, saved by Cece. Keane gets it right back from the right circle. Now to the blue line for Formanton. For Bouchard, a little out of his reach. They follow up and Bouchard has it off the wall. That one trickles off a leg. Podubny blocked it, but they can't clear. Keane sets up Bouchard right side. 7 seconds left in the power play. Off a stick back behind the goal. Drysdale chases. Regula has it now. From the circle, twisted in front. Off the skate of Marcus Gillard. Out of the box is Mac Dougal. They killed it off. Half a minute left in the period. 1-1 hockey game. Here in the second. Hancock back behind the net. Poke check by Drysdale. Erie plays right to the middle of the ice. It's going to come to Keane. Walks to the circle. Peels off now. Cross ice. Bouchard winds up. Slap shot blocked by Gillard. Erie finds it all on the boards as Yetman gives to Marcus Gillard, who gets back up. Gives some ground. 10 seconds left and launches it down the ice. And this will be an icing call with 6.5 on the clock. Marcus Gillard with a huge shot block on Evan Bouchard. Open from the right circle, and he winds up with that heavy slapper. And Gillard, fearless, just takes it. You can tell he's shaking up a bit with that one. That one stung. But 6.5 on the clock here. London directs traffic, and they set up to the left of Cole Cece. Won by the Knights. Bouchard has it. Waits, fires. That one off a body wide. Drysdale will scoop it up, rip it up off the boards, and time will expire on the second. Peter Chaika early in the frame at 2:24 ties this game up unassisted. 1-1 through 40 minutes of play from the Erie Insurance Arena. UPMC intermission report coming up after this. You're listening to the Erie Otters Radio Network on CBS Sports Radio 96.3 and 1260.
Jerry just gradually got worse and worse. Our doctor said the only thing that could save you is a live donor.
Karen's husband Jerry had end-stage liver disease and needed a transplant.
Our oldest daughter said, "Dad, I'm a match, let's do this."
UPMC is the only hospital in the region that does living donor liver transplants.
UPMC saved all of our lives. My girls still have their dad. I still have my sweetheart.
I didn't choose to have my liver fail. I did choose UPMC.
At ServPro of West Erie County, no job is too big and no question is too small. So when fire or water damage strikes your home or business, call on ServPro of West Erie County at 814-806-1987. That's where you'll find a team of specialists that's faster to any size disaster. So when the things that matter most are on the line, call ServPro of West Erie County, 814-806-1987 to help make fire and water damage like it never even happened. Franchises are independently owned and operated.
Hi, this is Ed Rendell. I've got to admit that I was sort of a dinosaur when it came to using social media. But my son found Epic Web Studios, and we began working with them. And they've done an incredible job with us. They've significantly increased our followers on Twitter and Facebook. They make sure that we put up the right things. They capture every good thing that I've said or done on TV and get it out real quickly. And it's been just a revelation to me, and they've been tremendous to work with.
Don't be a dinosaur. Call or text Epic Web Studios at 814-746-6987.
What sedan lets you hit the road and not the gas station? With an average of 37 miles per gallon highway, it's a 2018 Nissan Sentra. This compact sedan has a sporty profile thanks to its sleek aerodynamic design. It also has other great standard features like Bluetooth and remote keyless entry. The 2018 Nissan Sentra. 0 down for only $199 a month, sign and drive. What's the best-selling SUV in America? It's the Nissan Rogue. 0 down for only $279 a month for 36 months, sign and drive. The Rogue has standard features such as zero-gravity seats, Android Auto, Apple CarPlay, and rear cross-traffic alert. 0 down for only $279 a month for 36 months. Sign and drive. Stop in and meet the Rogue family at Interstate Nissan, 1.5 miles south of I-90 on Peach Street.
18 Nissan Sentra, selling price $19,247, VIN JY320068. 18 Nissan Rogue, selling price $26,100, VIN JP503998. Both leases 12,000 miles per year for 36 with Tier 1 credit approval through NMAC. Lease payment is plus tax, title, license, stock fee, and $595 acquisition fee.
The new home of the Erie Otters, WRIE Erie, CBS Sports Radio 96.3 and 1260.
Hello, everyone. I'm Terry Doyle. Thanks for joining us on this week's edition of OHL News presented by Bauer. Coming up on the show, we'll get an update on the red-hot Saginaw Spirit. They took over first place in the West Division, coming into this weekend's play with a big win against their rivals in Sault Ste. Marie. We'll find out more about the Spirit coming up in a moment. But first, this week's OHL On the Run Player of the Week is goaltender Stephen Dillon of the Niagara Ice Dogs. For the week ending February 24th, he posted a 4-0 record with an impressive 1.00 goals against average and .966 save percentage. He certainly had an impressive week and has been strong for the Ice Dogs all season as the 20-year-old from Buffalo, New York, now playing in his 5th season with the Ice Dogs after being chosen in the 3rd round of the 2014 OHL priority selection. He also set a pair of Niagara Ice Dogs records in the process. With his 90th career victory, he passed Mark Byzantine on the all-time wins list. Meantime, picking up his 31st victory of the season, set a new single-season mark. Shifting gears now to the Kia CHL Top 10 rankings, and Rouyn-Noranda of the Quebec Major Junior Hockey League remains the number 1 team in the country. The top OHL club goes to the Ottawa 67s at number 4. The London Knights are at number 6. The Sioux Greyhounds at number 9. And honorable mentions this week to the Saginaw Spirit and the Oshawa Generals. Well, speaking of the Spirit, they moved into the top spot in the West Division, coming into this weekend's play with a win on Wednesday night in the Sioux. Joey Bottano is the radio play-by-play voice of the Spirit, and he joins me now to give us an update on all things Saginaw. Joey, right off the bat, let's talk about Wednesday night, a big win for the Saginaw Spirit in that battle for the West Division title with the Sioux Greyhounds, and going into the Sioux and getting a win, I'm sure was a great way for the Spirit to start out their weekend.
Well, yeah, it was a very impressive win Wednesday night for Saginaw. Came in and you look at the score 5-3, but really 5 unanswered goals there, and it was 5-1 all the way up till a couple minutes left in the game. And I was just really impressed with how little room Saginaw gave Sault Ste. Marie to operate, and really just controlled the puck from start to finish, and made it really difficult for them, and even frustrated them at times during the game. It was impressive, and as you know, and as most people know, Saginaw has been on the other side of that against Sault Ste. Marie over the last couple of years. So from a Spirit standpoint, it was nice to control a game against them start to finish, and certainly bodes well with 2 more games head-to-head against the Sioux, and then 2 more games head-to-head against London as well. At that point, at least, Saginaw has the upper hand and feeling confident moving forward here as we go into March.
You talked about not giving the Greyhounds much room, and have you found that's really been a big thing? Well, at the trade deadline, we heard of things like, of course, Tippett and McLeod, and people think of offense, but it sounds like the Spirit are playing that all-around game.
No, they are, and when I think about teams that are deep in the OHL, on the western side, I think of Saginaw, and on the eastern side, in regards to depth, I think of Oshawa as the 2 deepest teams in the OHL, 4 lines deep and 3 pairs deep on defense. and strong goaltending. And I think that's what Saginaw has, and I think that's the advantage they might have as the playoff runs, as the season goes deeper and the playoff games start to accumulate, is that they're such a deep team. And even now with some pretty substantial injuries, like he was their leading scorer up until last night, Cole Koski being out probably until round one of the playoffs. Hayden Davis has been out, but he's going to try to give it a go this weekend on defense. Caleb Everett on defense has been out all year, and yet Saginaw has been able to do this with, pretty much injuries throughout the year. You look, even Bodie Wild missed about 2.5 weeks there in late October and into November, and they've been able to put this all together, and obviously the additions of Tippett and McLeod at the trade deadline certainly helped, and in my estimation, on both sides of the puck. I think Chris Lasry has them buying into playing a strong defensive game as well. Tippett, McLeod I'm speaking of, and Cole Perfetti playing with those two guys on the top line. It's been incredible to watch those three guys on any given night. It's something special, and to see a 16-year-old score 60 points in this league for the first time since Travis Konechny did it, it's pretty sweet, and it's pretty fun to watch these guys on any given night.
We talked about the offense. We've talked about the defense. How about certainly Ivan Prosvetov has made a name for himself in goal with some of his viral celebrations after games with cartwheels and things like that. But you've had a chance to see him play game in and game out. What has he meant to the Spirit this year?
Well, he made a name for himself with those cartwheels, but besides the cartwheels, he's just been really strong. And for me, Ivan was instrumental. Saginaw had won 14 consecutive home games before losing last Saturday night to Oshawa 5-1. And a big reason for that was goaltending. And obviously, anytime you can string together a streak like that, you need to have good goaltending, because not every night are you going to score 4, 5, and 6 goals like Saginaw has. So Ivan's been playing really well, and even the games where he hasn't been perfect, those have been the games where Saginaw has been able to put up 4, 5, and 6 goals and kind of help him out.
On this run the Spirit have been on, you found it's really built a buzz around the fan base, and certainly around the Saginaw region. This team going for a division title, taking a run at the conference title, and knowing this is a team that's certainly putting up some big numbers this year. You're finding it's sort of building that buzz around the community and the fan base.
100%, Terry, and it started with the trade deadline day, and the Friday we announced that we acquired Ryan McLeod from Mississauga, and then not long after that we were able to announce that Owen Tippett had been was coming over as well, and that was a Saturday night. We actually played the Kitchener Rangers that night, and we had about 3,800 tickets sold for that game on Saturday morning, and we ended up selling out with 5,600. So the walk-up was incredible, and I think obviously when you acquire two players like that, you're telling your fan base that, this is a year that we're going all in. And certainly Saginaw is a fan base that has stuck with this team through some tough times over the last 8-9 years. But certainly starving for a winner. It's been since the pro days in the 70s that a hockey team in Saginaw has won a championship, and Vic Garber and Craig Goslin have been committed to bringing a championship here, and just fell on some hard times and had some really good teams. If you look at the rosters over the years, they've had some really good teams that maybe have underperformed a little bit in the playoffs, and that's why they've never gotten out of the second round. But I think everybody believes that this could be the team that contends for a championship, and at least now at this point, certainly contending for a division title, their first one in 10 seasons.
That was Joey Bottano of the Saginaw Spirit. Well, that's going to do it for our show this week. You've been listening to OHL News presented by Bauer. I'm Terry Doyle. Thanks for joining us.
More coming up on the UPMC Intermission Report. You're listening to the Erie Otters Radio Network on CBS Sports Radio 96.3 and 1260.
Whether you're an empty nester or a new retiree, when it comes to protecting your health, you want a sure thing you can count on. And that's Highmark Blue Cross Blue Shield. Nationally recognized by J.D. Power for outstanding member satisfaction with Medicare Advantage plans. When you need great customer service, count on Blue. Whoever you are and wherever you're headed, when you need us most, count on Blue. Highmark Blue Cross Blue Shield. This award is neither endorsed nor given by Medicare. For award information, visit jdpower.com/awards.
When you have a great name you can trust, you know where you can get a great used car with guaranteed credit approval. Erie Auto Credit, the home of guaranteed credit approval 100% of the time. Stop in today or go to erieautocredit.com.
The Sheraton and Courtyard Erie Bayfront Hotels are proud sponsors of the Erie Otters. Join them for their pregame and postgame celebration at the award-winning Bayfront Grill or the brand-new Shoreline Grill, located just minutes away from all the action. Let them help you fuel up for the high-energy game with their extensive menus and craft brew selections. You ought to be dining with the best. The Sheraton Erie Bayfront Grill and Courtyard by Marriott.
Northern Pennsylvania Regional College. Where are we? The answer is right here, in your hometown, in your neighborhood, in your community. We are here offering 2-year degrees in workforce development where is needed the most. With evening classes, our students can balance life and work without having to leave their community. Visit regionalcollegepa.org for our degree options and application process. Northern Pennsylvania Regional College. This could change everything.
Love where you live? Find yourself here with NPRC and enroll for spring 2019.
When you need a loan and you don't know where to get it, you gotta call Erie Auto Credit, Erie Auto Credit, and ErieAutoCredit.com.
With the new Express Sports football and car racing from the Pennsylvania Lottery, you can play your favorite sports at participating retailers, bars, and restaurants. Make your picks on your placelet, like touchdown pass on the third play, or the first 3 cars to cross the finish line, and watch the fast-paced lifelike action on the big screen. With drawings for cash prizes every 5 minutes, there's never a dull moment. Come on, come on. Yes!
Express Sports from the Pennsylvania Lottery. Compete from your seat. Players must be 18 or older. Benefits older Pennsylvanians every day.
The new home of the Erie Otters. WRIE Erie. CBS Sports Radio 96.3 and 1260.
Welcome back inside the Erie Insurance Arena. 40 minutes in the books. We are tied. Otters and Knights 1-1. I'm Aaron Cooney. Welcome you back in here to the UPMC Intermission Report. And I'll recap it for you as it's a pair of unassisted goals here tonight that have us tied at 1. It's London opening the scoring in the first period. Adam Boquist picking up a loose puck at the right circle and snaps it over the shoulder of Cece for a 1-0 lead at 4:36 of the first. 1-0 after 1. Then 2:24 into the second frame. This time it's Peter Chaika for the Otters. He snaps a 7-game goalless drought. And his shot, it goes off the stick of Evan Bouchard, just kind of flutters past Jordan Coy. It just threw him off enough, and the Otters, they'll take it. So will Peter Chaika to snap that skid. That's his 20th of the year for the first-year man. And we're tied at 1. In that frame, Erie would lose Jake Golden. About 7-8 minutes left in the second period on a hit from Alec Regula. Clean hit, just laid him out. 6'4", 207, Alec Regula, laying out his former teammate. And he would leave the hockey game and not return. Erie went the rest of the way with just 4 defensemen. Remember, they only dressed 5. Only available to them was 5, with suspensions to Kishnick and Duff. But great work from that group. They kill off a penalty late, too. And the Otters and the Knights are tied at 1 through 40 minutes of play. We'll have the third for you next. You're listening to the Erie Otters Radio Network on CBS Sports Radio 96.3 and 1260.
As a CEO, I want the best from our employees. In return, they want the best from their company, especially when it comes to their health benefits. That's why we choose UPMC Health Plan. It gives our employees in-network access to the best doctors and hospitals, including the world-class care of UPMC. And the best part? It's affordable for all of us.
For the quality, affordable coverage your company deserves, here's the plan, UPMC Health Plan.
Meet you at Molly's before the game, after the game, or for the game. The Modern Irish Pub is the Otters away game headquarters with live stream broadcast. Molly Brannigan's hospitality is rivaled only by her cooking. Our new menu features the finest homemade Irish fare, along with a wee bit of the unexpected. Happy hour is the perfect pregame. Score with buy one, get one appetizers and discounted drinks. And don't forget to try our Otters signature sandwich, the ultimate fan food. Molly Brannigan's, just north of Perry Square on State.
Every time you enter the doors at New Motors, you're guaranteed to find the most experienced team in town. They understand the value of teamwork, provide great customer service, fight to get you the best price, and at the end of the day,
outstanding customer service is our goal.
Only at New Motors.
When you visit, remember, tell them Larry sent you.
Welcome to Tim Hortons.
I'll take a coffee and...
How about a bagel breakfast sandwich? They're just 2 for $4.
Ah, I like that.
Freshly prepared with savory sausage, fluffy egg, and melted cheese on a freshly baked bagel. Just 2 for $4.
I like that. I just fist bumped your speaker.
Oh, I just fist bumped you back.
Get 2 sausage, egg, and cheese breakfast sandwiches on a plain bagel or English muffin for just $4. Or mix and match for $4. Great quality at a great value. It's all good at Tim Hortons. No substitutions or additions, limited time only at participating restaurants.
Few things hurt as much as a family or relationship that begins to unravel. And the longer it goes, the worse it feels. No matter how bad it seems, it doesn't have to be that way. There is hope. If you or a loved one needs help, call Family Services of NWPA today. Counseling is available for families, individuals, and couples. Take the first step at fsnwpa.org. Family Services of NWPA is a proud sponsor of the Erie Otters.
The new home of the Erie Otters, WRIE Erie, CBS Sports Radio 96.3 and 1260.
We're ready for the third period from Erie. Otters and Knights tied at 1 apiece as we get to action here in the final frame and this final meeting between the two teams on the regular season. Ahead comes Matthew McDougall, right wing side. McDougall across the line, but ahead of the play was Yetman, and whistle sounds offside, 20 seconds in. Erie has Jake Golden back to their services. He left the Erie bench, left the playing service after a hit from Alec Regula, laid him out right in between the circles of the London Knights end. But has returned here to the ice for the Erie Otters for the third period. Here comes London into Erie's zone down the far side. Henry has a gutsy effort by the Otters towards the end of the second period, finishing it out with just 4 defensemen. 2 rookies as well, as Drysdale lifts one up to center ice. Bouchard takes it away. McDougall now with it. In the zone end, trying to get away from Formanton. Takes it away, Formanton. He gives to Hancock along the goal line to the circle. Foodie holds, waits. Poke check by Yetman. Puck back behind the net. Foodie has it. Carries to the far side corner. William Foodie now cuts out to the slot. Gets a shot away. Trickles on goal. Formanton stopped 2. They backhand one right through the goal mouth line. Settles on the near boards. Regula again. Right side. Bouchard. That one whistles wide. Foodie again spins from traffic. Shrugs it out to the point right between the 2-point men. They got to reset. Regula across the line, taken away by Max Golan. He comes off with Brendan Hoffman, but he poke checked his own man. Hoffman leaning in on him is Alec Regula, the Detroit Red Wings pick. Takes the puck away as the Otters bounce off a man. That was Joe Mack. Here he tries to send it across. It's lodged in the equipment of Formanton as a drop out of his jersey. And Erie will go finish a change. It's sent out to center ice. Man just on was Emmett Sproul. Lost the handle at center ice. Trying to get it back here. Loose puck still from center, swept by Sproul, and he finds it back on his tape at the faceoff dot. Puts it in front of his own bench as Regula steps up on Hoffman. Hoffman gives him the shoulder as well. Erie finds the puck after the dump into the near side. Ryan Martin floated to the front of the net, sticked away by Coy to the far boards. Lofted back to center ice. That goes off the skate. Erie stand him up at the line. Joe Mack, now Hoffman. He'll dish it back for Ryan Martin. A little over 2 minutes off the clock here in this final frame of hockey from the Erie Insurance Arena as the Otters send it on in. Timken kicks it into the slot to be picked up by Keene ahead to center ice. He'll loft it on into the corner. He'll chase after to the defenseman. Marcus Gillard picks it up there. Shoots it off of Kuskov. Drills it up the boards. Budovny finds it, floats it to center ice. Bouncing puck over the stick of Boquist. He has the goal for London. And he'll chase it down in his own end. Erie, a steal here. They feed it back behind the net after the pass didn't work out off the end boards. Boquist trying to go to Joey Keene. Here he plays it out to Drysdale off the stick at the point now. Drysdale fourth overall pick this past OHL Pro section. He's tied up along the boards by Guzkov, and this one bounced to center ice. And Marcus Gillard sent ahead off the stick of Guzkov, out of the reach of Garrett Podubny. Now Gillard in some trouble, just drills it back in. Erie touches up on side, Chaika to chase as Erie begins a change back behind the play. 3 minutes, 15 seconds off the clock here in the third period. Guzkov down the right wing side, poked off the stick, followed up by McMichael. He jams the brakes. His shot, blocker saved by Cece. Coon finds it. His shot on goal, saved by the paddle of Cece, and he dives to cover it up. With 16:32 to go, third period, 1-1 game from Erie. The face-off will be to the right of CC. With the season getting tighter and tighter along the way into the final 8 games for Erie here. And trying to get themselves into the playoff picture. Back the other way, McDougall's going to stop up with the biscuit along the near side. Looking for Max Gola. It comes to Henry at the point. He works down the right side. Penalty coming up here to Gerard Keane. He just ran over Golod, well away from the puck, and here he's going to have a power play opportunity. Maxim Golod looking to give out in front. It's picked off by Hancock, and the whistle sounds. And about as easy an interference call you can make. And Gerard Keane to the penalty box for a second time tonight. Anticipated Curtis Henry passing the puck to Max Golod on the near side. Just ran over Golod as Curtis Henry maintained the handle. Skating down the right side. 16:10 to play in the third, and Erie, their second power play opportunity. Each team with 2. Nobody scored on it yet. Here's Podubny, wrist shot, glove save as Coy holds on. All of 8 seconds off the clock with that man advantage. Erie pokes this puck on back behind the net. Here's McDougall. McDougall chased down the wall, gives down low behind the net. Chad Yetman guided for Garrett Podubny. Reaching at him was Billy Moskal. He has to head back down behind the goal. The pass to Yetman. Now McDougall at the half wall. Drysdale right back to McDougall. Cross ice feed off the boards. Garrett Podubny sweeps at the net. Save made. A rebound. Goal line on the backhand. Sends it wide. And it's drilled ahead off the stick of Drysdale. And down on goal. Where it's slow by Cole Cece. As the Otters just throw it to the net looking for the rebound, and Max Golod nearly back into that one through. There's Golod across the line, dishing left for Yetman. They set up shop at the point. Drysdale. McDougall right side. Wrist shot just wide on the blocker side. Now it's Garrett Podubny, cross ice. They set up Drysdale. Back to McDougall on the right wing. Down to the face-off dot, and his shot is blocked right at the top of the circle. Golod spins away from Bouchard. Wanted to drag it out in front, but lost the handle. So he'll dish it instead. Here he sets up Drysdale. One-time shot, kicked out by Coy. And poked ahead to center by Liam Foodie, and the Otters have to reset. 40 seconds left on this power play. Here's McDougall. Now Garrett Podubny at the right circle. Steps around a man. Garrett Podubny now peels off. And the Otters set up shop with half a minute on the power play. McDougall down along the goal line. It's Golod looking to give in front for Podubny. Ramped away by Coy with the paddle. And Erie holds in, but nobody was there along the far side. It's scooped up by London, and Keane's going to step into a slapper that's blocked by Podubny. Bouncing puck knocked by Erie, and they march ahead with Hoffman, man on his back. They drop it up to get in the zone, however. Here's Golod, walks in, wrist shot just wide. Missed on the glove hand side. 4 seconds on the power play. Golden back out here. He's put on the boards, Hoffman. They give out. Here's Mack. Wrister. That one sails high. Out of the box comes Keane. Martin pinches in. They've killed it off. As Erie plays it near side. A little momentum for the Otters here. Generating in the offensive zone. Gerard Keane now. Run by Hoffman. Puck loose. Singer finds it. Singer for Golden. Twists it on the backhand. Couldn't get it on goal. Hoffman. Poke checked away from him by Gerard Keane. And ahead to center ice. Liam Foodie. Gets stepping down the right wing side. Puts it in front. And that one sails wide. It comes to the point. Kuma blast. Off a stick out of play. 13:38 to go in the third. 1-1 hockey game from the Erie Insurance Arena. And just about even all the way through. 1-1 game, 2 power plays apiece, 2 penalties filled off. And time winding down here tonight. And for the Erie Otters, this is right in their wheelhouse. Tight games, maybe go to overtime. They love overtime. Here's Regula's shot, stopped by Cole Cece. 18 extra time games for the Erie Otters this year. That leads the Ontario Hockey League. 9 wins in overtime. No team in the internet era has hit 10. In an OHL season with overtime wins. So that's on the line for Erie. Should we get there? We still have 13 and a half to go. Regula dumped by MacDougall. Doesn't happen often, the big 6-footer. 6'4", 207 pounds. Into the zone, however, as the Otters have to chase it down from their own end. Gola gives a cross for Henry out to center ice, and MacDougall and Regula, they meet again here at neutral ice. Got the shot into the zone. The Otters hold in from the point. MacDougall chip it down the right wing side. Comes loose for Chad Yetman. Feeds it left side. Henry waits, holds, now fires. Kicked out, rebound in front, grabbed by Hancock. That would have came right to the blade of MacDougall as the Otters played it with a high stick. And no, we will play it. They just let it sit there. Boquist does play it. Erie shoots it in from long range, and glove down by Coy. Will keep playing. 12:35 to go. And a big rebound there. Kevin Hancock picked it up before MacDougall as Hancock finds the handle out at center ice and launches this one off the end glass in the Erie zone. Sproul picks it up there with Hancock on his back. Off goes Emmett Sproul, chasing to center ice. 2 men on his back, and he tries to flip it in. Goes off from Strongest, and away comes Paul Connor with Strongest left side. Kicked away on that pass. Strongest is going to find it. Here's a backhand. He scores! Tonio Strongest, the second round pick of the London Knights in the 2018 priority selection, gets that puck right back off the skate of the Erie defenseman, and his backhander full CC. It's 2-1 London. They try to play it down low as Strongest was carrying. Connor was chasing him down the left wing circle, and it just worked out. A fortunate bounce goes off an Erie skate, comes right to Strongest, and his backhander sails past Cole Cece for the go-ahead goal. 2-1 with 12 to play. Dish back into the zone, and an icing call whistled here. Back to Erie Ice, or rather from Erie Ice, we'll go to London Ice. In a 1-goal game. He also leads the way in 1-goal hockey games as well. He's been involved in 26 of them. He won 17 of those 26. Points in 21 of those 26 1-goal games. Out to center ice, out to clear. Jake Golden brings it back in. Hit by Connor, pushing and shoving there. Back behind the net. Erie looking for the handle. Down one, Garrett Podubny trying to move it. Out on the front. Here's a backhand try. 2 saves made by Coy. It comes to Singer. Knuckles one towards the net. And it flips over the net to the near side corner. Chyko runs over Keene. And the tie up once more from the near side. But Peter Chyko almost had his second of the night. 2 big saves by Jordan Coy and tight. Battling along the near boards. Garrett Podubny on the outskirts. Singer and Chyka trying to keep this moving here. Finally squirts loose. Erie has it. Garrett Podubny looking to go back door. Golden just sends it wide. Had to reach, but couldn't get enough on it to direct it on goal. And it's played out to center ice as Henry turned around by Connor. They get tied up with the official as Strongest poke check by Golden. Down once more on the near board. Singer trying to twist it up the wall. It's found by Podubny now. Poked off his stick. Jake Golden will take off down right wing side. Golden with Connor on his back. Stick lifted. And puck handled by Bouchard. 10-4 to play, third period. Golden goes off on a change. Erie just now completing one. London doing the same. And Bouchard now gets the look. And here he goes. Gives right. Keene into the zone. Plays it on in front. Just swept through the blue paint. It'll settle near side corner. The Otters Drysdale moves it ahead. Not out. Bouchard keeps it. Gives right back down deep. Billy Moskal takes over. And he hands down to the corner. Yetman runs into Guzkov. separates him away from that puck as it trickles towards the middle of the ice, and Yetman can dish it towards the line off a stick of Moskal and does get out the center. Rolling puck, Yetman reaching around him. Look out, Moskal has a wrist shot, save, Ceci. And he'll hold on with 10 minutes even on the clock. 2-1 London. Antonio Stranges with the go-ahead goal at 7:49 from Paul Cotter and Connor McMichael. Knights win the draw. Foodie scoops up the puck, gives out Formanton. Glove save. It pops out in front, though, as Hancock directs it on near side. Bouncing puck behind the Erie net. Jabbed at by Drysdale. Settles on the near wall. Regula pinching in. Steps in front of Hoffman. As Matt comes on back, Regula carries the puck behind the net. Gives out to the point. Boquist flips one to the goal. Stick saved by Ceci as he blockers it from the near side. And Erie unable to clear again. Finally chopped out towards neutral ice. Regula has the handle, and they give it to Foodie right side. Foodie walks in, saves Ceci on the wrister, and Drysdale grabs a rebound. Room to escape to center ice. As the Knights back up, Erie launches it on towards, oh look, it hits the corner, pops out in front off that stanchion, and Coy not going to have any of that. He will slow it and then cover with 9:16 left here in the third. The Knights jump ahead 2-1. Antonio Stranges, 13th goal of the season, makes it 2-1. Dean's Dairy and True Moo Milk, the official milk choice of the Erie Otters. That's Dean's Dairy and True Moo Milk. Pick up a gallon today at your local grocer. Face off will be to the right of Jordan Coy after the stop from the carom off the stanchion out in front of his net. And we'll set to drop the puck here. McMichael and Yetman step in. Face-off won by Connor McMichael. They're owning the face-off dot here tonight. They've won 33 out of the 57. Here's London out ahead on the pass. Headman for Nelson. Henry on his horse. Oh, and Henry wins the race for an icing call to London. And on back to London territory we go. Now the Otters against the Guelph Storm just this past Wednesday would tie things up. Goaltender off with a 6-on-5 advantage in max goal line with 1 minute and 45 seconds left. Would tie things to send it to overtime 3-3. So Erie has some magic in them. They've done it multiple times this year. Martin holds in, bouncing puck. Hoffman reaching at it, taken by Coombe, sends it off a stick. No icing on this play as Ryan Martin picks it up behind the goal. At his own end, McMichael, near takeaway there. Look out, loose. It's going to just roll towards Cole Ceci after it deflected off a couple of bodies. And Ceci just holds on. He'll smother it with 8:32 left in the third period. The draw will be to the left of Cole Ceci. Cotter to take the draw against Daniel D'Amato for the Erie Otters. Paul Cotter and D'Amato on the tie-up. Picked up by Marcus Gillard in the Otters. We'll move this one ahead, left wing side through neutral ice. Dan D'Amato trying to get around Boquist. Keene finds it. Here's Brendan Sellen tracing it down the near side. Versus once more. Sador picks it up. Sador with Boquist on his back. Noah Sador for the Erie Otters. On for Sellen now. Poked off the stick. Here comes to Gillard. His shot blocked in front. And hit Boquist. And they got a headman as Cotter. They're looking to deliver it down the ice. And Gillard has to battle with Guzkov back behind his own net. Back and forth. Fished out by Selin. And on ahead, Noah Sador waits. His dish off the backhand of D'Amato, and it comes right to Strange's left wing side, looking for more. Wrister stopped by Cece. After the Otters cough the puck up right at the line. Battle on the near wall now. Guskov forces to the issue, pushes it to the far corner, and now Cotter will take that one away, stepping into that pass from Jake Golden at the time. Forced out to center ice as they reset, bring it in, however, offside. Guskov was still inside the Erie zone. With 7:24 to go in the third period. London out shooting Erie 10-7. Here in this frame. As the Otters win the draw to Henry, then Drysdale takes over the handle. And he'll cruise to center ice. Rattle it in off the near side corner glass. Sent back that way by Coy. Up the wall, reaching was MacDougall. Forced out by Formans into center ice. Here's Henry. He'll drop it in this time. Coy again, looking to slow it down. Deflects off his paddle to the near side corner. The Otters, Yetman can chase this down. Tracks it down. Bumped to the wall by Bouchard. Comes out to Drysdale. Hit shot from the point. And through traffic, Jordan Coy is able to find it and make the stop. Face off to Coy's left. The only one that beat him was the flutterer from Peter Chaika early in the second period. It was a wrister that was deflected off the stick of Evan Bouchard. Just kind of, it fluttered and just fooled Jordan Coy. Strong just puts the Knights ahead here in the third period. That's where we sit 2-1. But Ubney pokes one loose from Coombe. Lifted the line, but not out. Here's Henry, waits, traffic develops, friendly fire, he caught Chaika with it, gets the puck back, Henry left side, floats another one towards the net, that's blocked by his own man, Garrett Podubny, and it's lifted back the other way, rolling puck to the goal line, it's an icing call. As Drysdale, he gave it, that's pretty good acting job for Jamie Drysdale, because he has, we've seen him skate faster than that before, but he's able to make it look good to get himself and draw that call. And the face-off will be to the right of Jordan Coy. 6.5 to play in the third. But Udney steps in on the draw. Moskal on the other side, and Moskal turns it into the corner. Joey Keane hoists it ahead to center ice. This will bounce back towards Erie ice, and Nelson ducks around Martin. He's tied up on the play, and Goldigan picked this up as it sits right in front of goaltender Cece. But Erie lost the handle at the blue line as Moskal just got into the zone. Tie up along the half wall. Right here at this left wing boards, and Nelson finds it, trying to drag to the middle, poke check, comes to Golden, on to Podubny, sauced ahead, and here's Chaika. Chaika across the blue line, in offensive territory, turned right back out, and into the Erie zone we go. Nelson, poke check by Golden, and it's loose as Nelson gives to the point man as Turco holds in from the left side. Just puts it in down deep, and Garrett Podubny there, lost it to Moskal. Erie gets back, a shove from Martin. Puts Moskal down. He gets right back up in that left wing, rather right wing corner now. And they play it out to the point. Bouchard, one-timer, glove save by CC. And he holds on. Evan Bouchard once again, the gun cocked from the left side, the right-hander. And 5:35 remains. Erie looking for the tying goal here. Strong just put the Knights ahead with his 13th of the year. Back at 7:49 as Emmett Sproul from center. He'll dish it to the near side corner. Settled by Bouchard from his goaltender Coy. And on here Strong just who has the go-ahead goal. Now McMichael. Hands off for Turco. Poked off his stick to the near side. Onto the blue line again. Rattled behind the net by Boquist. He has a goal. Look out with a backdoor play. And here he is. Either Gillard or Cece made the stop on that one. Sproul can find a loose puck down the left wing side. And he ran at his own man and lost the puck. Brennan Hoffman took it away. Mack follows up. Joe Mack angles it off the boards. And in down deep, Sproul puts a body in the Boquist. Spins around, but the whistle sounds. And penalties on the way, and I think we're going to have two of them. Bouchard and Joe Mack. And anytime you can take Evan Bouchard off, that is a trade-off Erie will take as Joe Mack heads to the penalty box. Big grin on his face. And we're going to go 4-on-4 for the next 2 minutes. 4:49 remains in the third period. Lots of speed out here. You know, the Otters can wheel, but so can this London team. We know how dangerous they are. Formanton, one of those speedsters out there now. He joins Kevin Hancock, who's looking to extend his point streak to a 10th game, held off the score sheet so far. Formanton takes the handle. Center ice, left wing side. Against Jamie Drysdale, tucks it into the zone. He'll pick it up after the bump from Drysdale. Played to Regula at the point. Left side. Then right for Keene. His shot has blocked. Yetman picks it up to the Otters. March it ahead. Yetman taken off his stick by Formanton with Hancock. Watched by Ryan Martin of the Erie Otters. Formanton hands off to Regula. Walks in with a backhand try. Blocker save made by CC. Hancock behind the net now with the handle. Watched by Ryan Martin. Hancock up high along the blue line, looking to the corner. Drysdale will scoop it up there as he's watched by Regula. Reversed for Martin, and one more reverse will find Max Golod, but Erie trapped in their own end here. Time the enemy for the Otters, down by 1, under 4 to go. Drysdale overskated on that pass. I don't think he knew it was coming from Ryan Martin. And it's sent right back into the Otters zone. Formanton and Martin mixed up here at the Otters blue line. But it's Golod in flight towards center ice. Trying to get around from Formanton. Fires it into the near side corner boards. Drysdale backs off because he's at the end of his shift. The Knights take the handle, and ahead they come, right side, Boquist. Boquist to the circle, rips one just high. Erie may got a stick on that one to force that deflection high. Back behind the goal now, London still after into the Erie zone. And now it's Liam Foodie's turn as he hops on. 4-on-4 for another half minute. Foodie tied up by 2 Erie Otters. Jake Golden trying to stay with them. First round pick of the Columbus Blue Jackets. Foodie sends it to the line. Coombe, now Boquist. Right back to Boquist. Give and go. Walks down to the goal line. He's forced onto the corner by Peter Chaika. Now behind the net. 3 in white. Now to Foodie. Out high along the left point. This holds here. Twisting, dancing, waiting. And off the Coombe. Out of the box they come. We're 5-on-5 now. That just wasted 2 minutes of precious clock for the Erie Otters trying to tie this game up. They'll get the handle. And it was just keep away for the most part there. Chaika with the puck now at center ice. Knights step up on him. Joe Mack delivers it to Garrett Podumny. Bounces off his stick. As Moscow can now carry to center ice and drop it into the Erie zone with 2.5 to go. Third period. 2-1 game. The Knights lead. Erie lost the handle at the point. Regula with the hold in. Twists away from Joe Mack. Poke check by Hoffman, but Regula still finds that puck. To the circle. Swept away by Marcus Gillard. And Hoffman picks up the ricochet off the corner boards. And ahead comes Emmett Sproul. Charging across the line. Hands off to Hoffman. Hoffman walks in. Backhand try. Save made by Coy. Off the side of the cage now. Trying to knock it loose. And the Otters see it stuck there right now. The Knights doing the same. Now it's dragged out. Joe Mack has it. From the near side corner. Erie to Gillard without a goal this year. Wrist shot. Glove save. Coy. And with just 1:54 left to play. The London Knights holding to the 2-1 lead, but they did a great job. They just keep away for the most of that time with the 4-on-4. They had the puck. Kept it away from the Otters. And remember, Erie does not have a timeout. They exercised that back earlier in the hockey game with a tired unit at the end of the second period. And the goaltender will come off as the Otters have the puck. Mac Dougal. Leaning in on him was Evan Bouchard. Now to Maxim Golod. Wheels behind the net. Twist back to the corner. Golod looking for the point man. It's Henry. Gets it towards the net. That's cut off. Loose now towards the blue line. Poked away from Henry. Foodie after it with an empty net. He's going to be hit by a couple Otters. Sends it out in front. And a penalty coming up. And Max Golod, I believe, took the penalty on the hit on Liam Foodie in the far boards, and he is beside himself right now. Checking to the head, the call. CC will return to the net, and Erie will be shorthanded with 1:26 left here in the regulation period. That may just about spell it out. As goal lot sits. And Erie will be shorthanded. We'll watch and see what happens if they can get possession, get in the zone, but even still. I'll drop the puck, we'll reset, do it again here. As Hancock is waved out. But 85 seconds, that's all it is. 2-1 lead for the Knights. They went into the point. Boquist, near side, Bouchard. I'm sure Erie will be taking some chances here as the deflection try. Formanton sends it wide. Hancock picks it up at the right half wall. Henry's going to watch Formanton put the shoulder into him, but they send it off for Boquist. On the near corner now, boards as Regula's dumped. Bouchard has the point. Boquist now Bouchard right back to Boquist. Trying to set him up for that shot. He won't take it. In direct traffic, send it down as Drysdale picks this one off. With a minute to go, ahead for Garrett Podobny. 1-on-2 through the zone. Goaltender coming off for Erie. Extra man on net empty. And it's 5-on-5 now, remember, because Erie with a man in the penalty box. 5-on-5 net empty. The Knights have the puck in their own end. Bouchard, head man play. As the Otters run into a man, Regula finds it. Empty net here as it's sent to the far corner. Formanton picks it up, looking to pass it in front, and into the goal it goes. Regula may have gotten the last touch on it in front, but it pokes it into the yawning cage with 35.5 left, and the London Knights cash in with the empty netter. 3-1 with this 2-goal third period. And what do you know? Another goal for a London defenseman. And for Regula, his 10th of the year. He hits double digits the first time in his OHL career. Equipment failure here for Cole Ceci. He will get that all squared away. But the Knights jump to a 3-1 lead. The empty net goal as Regula picks it up from Formanton and Bouchard. As London chips it into the near side corner. Gutsy effort for the Erie Otters regardless. Down 2 regular defensemen. Kishnick and Duff out with suspensions. They were down without Jake Golden for a bit as well. 4 defensemen in that second period as Nelson brings it back to the Erie zone. Erie puts a shove into him. They'll get the puck, but there's not going to be much time left as the horn sounds. And Connor takes a run at Brendan Selland. Selland's going to be held off. And the rivalry certainly alive. With the Otters and the Knights. London takes it 3-1. Your final Duskus Martin Funeral Home post-game show is next. You're listening to the Erie Otters Radio Network on CBS Sports Radio 96.3 and 1260.
Northern Pennsylvania Regional College. Where are we? The answer is right here, in your hometown, in your neighborhood, in your community. We are here offering 2-year degrees in workforce development where is needed the most. With evening classes, our students can balance life and work without having to leave their community. Visit regionalcollegepa.org for our degree options and application process. Northern Pennsylvania Regional College. This could change everything.
Love where you live? Find yourself here with NPRC and enroll for spring 2019.
Sadly, crime can strike anyone at any time. The good news is the Crime Victim Center of Erie County has been here for 45 years helping all victims of crime, be it rape, theft, assault, vandalism, burglary, or abuse. Report any crime to the police within 72 hours to secure your rights to victims' compensation and restitution. Call the Crime Victim Center of Erie County at 454-9414. They'll assist you in filing a claim, and if you need counseling, contact them 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. You're not alone. The Crime Victim Center of Erie County can help. Paid for with Pennsylvania taxpayer dollars.
Hockey is back in the city of Erie, and you won't want to miss any of the hard-hitting, fast-paced Erie Otters action at the Erie Insurance Arena. It's a hockey weekend as the Otters host the Sarnia Sting on Saturday, March 2nd at 7 p.m., and then host the London Knights on Sunday, March 3rd at 4 p.m. with a free skate with the Otters after Sunday's game. Don't miss the NHL stars of tomorrow, today. Get your tickets at the Erie Insurance Arena box office, online at ottershockey.com, or by calling 814-452-4857.
What sedan lets you hit the road and not the gas station? With an average of 37 miles per gallon highway, it's a 2018 Nissan Sentra. This compact sedan has a sporty profile thanks to its sleek aerodynamic design. It also has other great standard features like Bluetooth and remote keyless entry. The 2018 Nissan Sentra. Zero down for only $199 a month. Sign and drive. What's the best-selling SUV in America? It's the Nissan Rogue. Zero down for only $279 a month for 36 months. Sign and drive. The Rogue has standard features such as zero-gravity seats, Android Auto, Apple CarPlay, and rear cross-traffic alert. Zero down for only $279 a month for 36 months. Sign and drive. Stop in and meet the Rogue family at Interstate Nissan, 1.5 miles south of I-90 on Peach Street.
18 Nissan Sentra, selling price $19,247, VIN JY320068. 18 Nissan Rogue, selling price $26,100, VIN JP503998. Both leases 12,000 miles per year for 36 with Tier 1 credit approval through NMAC. Lease payment is plus tax, title, license, stock fee, and $595 acquisition fee.
The new home of the Erie Otters, WRIE Erie, CBS Sports Radio 96.3 and 1260.
Welcome back inside the Erie Insurance Arena, wrapping things up as the London Knights prevail 3-1. They pick up the game-winning goal at 7:49 of the third period. We were tied heading into the final 20 minutes. But a game-winning goal from Antonio Stranges, and then the empty netter from Alec Regula. 3-1 your final as the London Knights take the season series 5-1. I'm Aaron Cooney. This is the Duskus Martin Funeral Home postgame show. Duskus Martin working tirelessly to give your loved ones dignity. In front of 3,007 on attendance here tonight as the Otters drop this one. What a tight one. This is one, hey, you didn't get the points out of it. You didn't get the win out of it. But, man, did you go toe-to-toe with a London Knights squad that just clinched the Midwest Division with this win here tonight. But you kept things tight. You stayed in it. You didn't back down. And it went down to the wire here. With the Knights able to prevail, picking up the extra 2 points here, the victory for their 44th of the season. And 95 points, as I mentioned, solidifies the Midwest Division title for the Knights. I'll recap this one for you as the Knights opened up the scoring at 4:36 of the first period. Adam Boquist finding a bouncing puck at the right circle, snaps this one over the glove of Cole Cece, who had to make another start for the Erie Otters. A 6th straight start for the Erie Otters here with the injury to goaltender Dan Murphy. But Cece sees this one sail over his glove. And the Otters trail 1-0. Boquist picks up his 19th of the season. 1-0 game heading into the second period. A gutsy second period from the Erie Otters. As if this is the fight and the effort you're going to see from this group here moving forward. Remember, this is the second youngest team in the league. Their turn's coming here soon. But the Otters tie things up at 2:24 in the second period. As Peter Chaika nets his 20th of the year, his shot deflected off the stick, off the blade of Evan Bouchard. And just kind of sails from Coy. He just kind of lost it. A flutter towards the goal. And over his glove head, and Erie has even this game at 1. And in that second period, the Otters would lose Jake Golden. He took a heavy hit from Alec Regula. I mean, that guy's a freight train. The guy's built like a linebacker when you see him out there. 6'4", 207. It's massive when you see this guy on the ice. He runs through Jake Golden, his former teammate. And Golden would leave the hockey game. About 7 minutes or so left in the second. Erie down to 4 defensemen. They could not dress Brendan Kishnick due to suspension. Same for Jack Duff, who's serving game 2 of a 2-game suspension. So without those couple guys, and then down Jake Golden, Erie with 2 rookies and 2 of their veterans, and Ryan Martin and Curtis Henry. Jamie Drysdale and Marcus Gillard, just their 4 defensemen they use, and the Otters would have to kill a penalty. They did some great work in the defensive zone to maintain a 1-1 hockey game, going to the third and give themselves a shot. But Antonio Stranges, after the Otters couldn't get the puck in deep, he would bring it back into Erie ice here in the third period. His pass ahead for Connor McMichael goes off the skate of the Otters defenseman right through the slot where it's picked up by Stranges. He unleashes a backhander that just fools Cole Cece for the go-ahead goal at 2-1, and then an empty netter late. Erie took a penalty in that final minute is off to the penalty box went Maxim Golan for a check to the head. And as the Otters shorthanded, they would get the puck in down deep, pull the goaltender, try to use the extra man, but it just wasn't in the cards here this evening as they'll add the empty netter, Alec Regula, as he nets his 10th of the season, and the Knights prevail 3-1, taking the season series. That's 5 out of 6 games that they've beaten the Erie Otters on the 6-game season series. But the Otters, when we go look at the playoff standings, that was the 61st game of the year for the Erie Otters. Still 2 in hand on the Windsor Spitfires, who picked up 1 point in a loss to the Kingston Frontenacs in overtime. So that leaves them now with 56 points. Erie with 54 the loss here tonight, but 2 games in hand. It's a tough stretch coming up for the Erie Otters these next couple of games. And we'll get to the schedule in just a second. Let's round things out with the recap. This is the Duskus Martin Funeral Home postgame show. As the Otters fall tonight 3-1, your final shots on goal 37 for the London Knights, 27 for the Erie Otters. Erie 0 for 2 on the power play, London 1 for 3. The empty netter is a power play goal for the Knights at the end of the hockey game at 19:24. Other than that, Erie did a great job on the PK all evening long. The first 2 especially, they killed them off. Unfortunately, they're going to have that one that ends up hurting the stats a bit, but man, were they excellent on the PK with the circumstances they had to face tonight in those first 2 power play opportunities for the Knights. Here tonight's Iron Workers local game number 3's Ironman of the game with tonight's 3 stars. Jordan Coyne with 26 saves on the night. He's the 3rd star. 2nd star, Cole Cece, 35 saves for the Otters. Overage goaltender in his 6th straight start. And Antonio Strong just with the game-winning goal. He's the number 1 star tonight for the London Knights. For 3,007 on attendance here tonight from the Erie Insurance Arena on a Sunday as the Otters' final 7 games of the season coming up. So next week, at 3-3 for the Erie Otters, their 6th of the year. On Thursday, they will head to Niagara into St. Catharines, where they'll take on the Niagara Ice Dogs. And then Friday into Kitchener to take on the Kitchener Rangers. And then Saturday, the Otters will take on the Mississauga Steelheads here from the Erie Insurance Arena on Team Poster Night, presented by Interstate Mitsubishi and Interstate Nissan. And after that, the last week of the season, 4 games in 5 days for the Erie Otters. It starts on a Tuesday, the makeup game for the Erie Otters in Mississauga. So they'll play Mississauga in Mississauga Tuesday. Kitchener Rangers on home ice Wednesday, March 13th. Then Friday, Saturday, home and home series with the Guelph Storm to round out the regular season. That's Friday, March 15th in Guelph. Saturday, March 16th in Erie to round things out. And this may come down to the wire to the playoff chase for the Erie Otters. For Ann Ashcraft back in studio, I'm Aaron Cooney as we sing so long here for the evening. Next broadcast will be Thursday from St. Catharines. The Erie Otters visit the Niagara Ice Dogs. We'll have, of course, that game for you here on your home for Otters hockey. Final score 3-1, London down to the Erie Otters. I'm Aaron Cooney saying goodnight. You've been listening to the Erie Otters Radio Network on CBS Sports Radio 96.3 and 1260.
You've been listening to Erie Otters Hockey on WRIE Erie. Follow all the action throughout the season on the new home of the Erie Otters, CBS Sports Radio 96.3 and 1260.
Denver, Jacksonville, Miami, and Washington. To me, those are the 5 teams that should definitely be first-round quarterback hunting. Definitely. There are some that are up for conjecture, like Tampa, like the Giants. And I do think Kyler Murray is going to go number 1 overall. I want your thoughts, America. Let's go. 855-212 for CBS, 855-212-4227. Let's start with Dave in Buffalo. First up tonight with Gresh, in for Sean Pendergast on CBS Sports Radio. Hi, Dave.
Hey, Gresh. Thanks for taking my call, man. Just a couple thoughts here. First off, as a Bills fan, we definitely have to go offense this year in the draft. I feel like our defense is in a good spot, especially like what we did last year, especially in those 2 games against New England. I feel like our defense has got a good amount of talent. We've got a defensive-minded head coach with McDermott. I think our defense is definitely the backbone of our team, but I think we got to find some offense in this draft. It'd be nice. As far as your question about Kyler Murray, I think it would be a huge risk. I think the thing is, number one is obviously guys are bigger, faster, stronger at the NFL level. But I think the other thing is, too, you look at the way these offenses are set up, the verbiage is so much more technical, so much more complex. I think that's where you have to be careful with these guys. And that's the thing, like if the Raiders were to take them, let's say, Gruden's offense I feel like is really complex. And you got to have a veteran guy that can really study and learn that offense, and it doesn't happen overnight. So I think that's the risk with him, taking him, and putting him high in the draft. I think he's better off almost in a situation like in New England or the Chargers or Green Bay, somewhere he could sit and learn behind a great quarterback for a year or two, and then when he's ready to go, like after Brady retires, then he could step in there and it would make a lot more sense, I think.
Yeah, you got it. You unpacked a lot there, Dave, and thank you, brother. I appreciate you up there in Buffalo. I think the Bills are making strides in the right direction. Now, look, I'm also a guy who, and I've said this many, many times, I spent 10 years on the New England Patriots radio network. I was a part of 3 Super Bowl broadcasts with them. I've seen more Patriots-Bills games that have been awful than I can count, for crying out loud. However, Buffalo is in a spot where they, too, have a young guy in Josh Allen. So they're going to be looking for something. I think you're right, Dave. I think they will be looking for something on offense because they got to find a way to score more touchdowns. I mean, they've had big whiffs with wide receivers where they've sacrificed major currency to bring someone in, see Sammy Watkins, and you saw how that kind of blew up on them, and he never turned into the player that he was supposed to be. The problem with the Bills is they need a breakthrough. They got to find a way to win a big game in a big situation, and whatever their playoff run 2 years ago was for, it was really for nothing because none of that carried over into this year, in my opinion. Now, on Kyler Murray, here's why I don't think it's the verbiage for Kyler Murray. I think it is more scheme fit, and here's the problem that I have in matching Kyler Murray, a shorter quarterback, with a first-year head coach in Cliff Kingsbury out in Arizona. Kingsbury needs to go through how the NFL is going to adapt to his offense, meaning he's going to get met with physicality. It is 1-2, boom, balls out. And that's what and again, if you're going to do that with Kyler Murray, where the ball's going to be out in 2 seconds, then he can survive in the NFL in a system like that. But you're not going to put him in the shotgun around the goal line. You're eventually going to have him take some snaps from center. I'm sure they'll mix in a little bit of zone read to let him run at least a little bit to keep defenses honest. But what happens when the timing of the Cliff Kingsbury offense gets thrown into disarray? What does Kyler Murray do as a pocket is shrinking around him? How quick does he bail out of the pocket? Does he stay in there and try to go through his reads and actually throw the football from the pocket? That's my big questions for Kyler Murray. It's all related to his size in the pocket and the offense that they will be running there, where a head coach is going to be making adjustments, and he's got to drag a young quarterback along with him in making those adjustments. It could be a long year in Arizona, even though there will be hope, because, again, I think they're going to draft Kyler Murray. Let's go to JP in Kansas next with Gresh, in for Sean Pendergast on CBS Sports Radio. Habits Die Hard. Hi, JP.
Hey, thanks for taking my call.
Sure, what's up?
I just wanted to say I think Matthew Stafford will be just fine in Detroit. In all honesty, I think keeping Jim Bob Cooter last year turned out to be what healed him.
I don't know. What is it about Matt Stafford that makes you think he can win a big game?
He's got a big arm. He's made big throws. He can do it. He's shown he's done it. He had 8 fourth-quarter overtime comeback victories a couple seasons ago. I mean, he's done it in big moments. He just needs a better system around him. And I don't think Jim Bob Cooter was worth keeping last year. I was quite disappointed that they did keep him.
Yeah, I think that was one of those deals, and thank you, JP. I appreciate you. That's one of those deals with a new head coach coming in where they say, all right, we have a coordinator. The guy had a really good year, but it's funny. Jim Bob Cooter 2 years ago, Matt Stafford, 65% completion percentage, 4,446 yards, 29 touchdowns, 10 interceptions. I mean, there really wasn't a lot of complaining about Jim Bob Cooter relative to the numbers of Matt Stafford. But what I read to you is the problem with Matt Stafford, is that when you look at the record, you see a guy who's 66-75. And he has nice numbers, nice career numbers. Almost 40,000 yards passing, 237 touchdowns on the career, 129 interceptions. Here's the problem with Matthew Stafford. And I'm going to give you a name that is going to completely resonate with most people as to who Matt Stafford is. Drew Bledsoe. Drew Bledsoe, I think, ended up with 44,000 yards passing, was one of those guys who the touchdown to interception ratio looked good. It didn't blow you away, but it looked good. But, boy, when it came to the big situation, I mean, the biggest situation you could argue that Drew Bledsoe found himself in was on the road in Pittsburgh, coming in that first AFC Championship game in the year the Patriots beat the Rams, and he came in and threw a touchdown pass to David Patton in the back of the end zone. But when you look at the career numbers, you say, well, he had a great career, but he didn't win anything really. That is Matthew Stafford. Good career, good numbers, ain't won nothing. And at some point, if he isn't going to push you over the goal line, no pun intended or pun intended, then when are you going to move on from him? They're paying him $25 million a year, for crying out loud. To go 9-7? At what point do you pull the plug on the guy and change the dynamic? Does your team need a quarterback? Should your team be in the business of getting a quarterback in the first round of this year's NFL draft, like Cincinnati, Denver, or maybe Jacksonville, or Miami, or Washington? And is Kyler Murray worth that number one pick? Your thoughts, 855-212-4227. I'm Gresh, in for Sean Pendergast on the Sean Pendergast Show on CBS Sports Radio. We'll continue with you on the phones. Right now, let's get updated everything in a very busy Sunday in the world of sports. Here's Larry Ridley.
CBS Sports Radio. Sports Flash.
I'm Larry Ridley. We'll start in the association. Got a few games currently in progress, and we'll go to the D in Detroit. Pistons leading the Raptors 23-16, under 2 minutes to play in the first quarter. Also in the first, Wizards, a 1-point lead over the T-Wolves. It's 33-32. And also in the first, it just went final in the end of the first quarter there. Not final, but first quarter's over. Cavaliers in Cleveland leading the Magic 29-24. Earlier this afternoon in Beantown, the beard was cooking.
Another Celtics turnover. Harden on the move. Blows by Baines again. Let the layup good. How many more times are the Celtics going to allow James Harden to abuse Aaron Baines?
3 mano-a-mano matchups, and James has scored baskets every single time.
Craig Ackerman on the Rockets Radio Network. Rockets beat the Seas 115-104-42 for James Harden. Hawks, the road win in Chicago, 123-118. Game high 28 for the big man, Alex Len. Clippers, a little too much for the Knicks at Staples, 128-107. Clips near sole possession of 7th place in the Western Conference, 8th place being the Spurs. Blazers defeat the Hornets 118-108. Rodney Hood scoring 21 fourth-quarter points for Portland. Finishes with 25 in 24 minutes off the bench. Coming up here, top of the hour, 7 p.m. Eastern Time. Grizzlies at Thunder. Paul George will miss his 3rd straight game with right shoulder soreness. NFL news. Philly Inquirer reporting the Jags, quote, absolutely expect to sign former Eagle quarterback Nick Foles when free agency opens up March 13th. working on the structure of a contract reportedly, and there's reports a deal could be done within the next 7 days. NFL scouting combine today, 6'5", 260 pounds. The former Mississippi State defensive lineman Montez Sweat running a 4.41 40-yard dash today. That's a modern record at the combine dating back to 2003. Former Clemson star Dexter Lawrence, the defensive lineman, injured his left quad while running the 40-yard dash the second time around. Missed the rest of the activities. He ran a 5.05 40 in his first attempt. I'm Larry Ridley.
Erie's home for sports. CBS Sports Radio 96.3 and 1260.
Hi, I'm Jay Farner, CEO of Quicken Loans, America's largest mortgage lender. Spring will be here soon, so if buying a new home is on your to-do list, right now is the time to call Quicken Loans. Learn about which mortgage options make sense for you and get a jump on your competition. With our exclusive Rate Shield approval, the low rate you lock today is protected for up to 90 days while you shop for your new home. With a Rate Shield approval, if rates go up, your low rate stays locked. But if rates go down, you get that new, even lower rate. Either way, you win. Talk to us today at 800-QUICKEN or go to rocketmortgage.com to take advantage. Here's another great reason to work with us. For a record 9 years in a row, J.D. Power has ranked Quicken Loans highest in the nation in customer satisfaction for primary mortgage origination. Again, to lock in today's low mortgage interest rate and get the security of our exclusive Rate Shield approval, call us today at 800-QUICKEN or go to rocketmortgage.com.
For J.D. Power award information, visit jdpower.com. Rate Shield approval only valid on certain 30-year fixed-rate loans. Call for cost information and conditions. Equal housing lender. License in all 50 states. NMLS number 3030.
Individuals and businesses with tax problems, listen carefully. Do you feel like you're losing control of your finances? If you owe over $10,000 in back taxes or have unfiled tax returns, we can help you take back control. The IRS is the largest and most aggressive collection agency in the world, and they can seize your bank accounts, garnish your paycheck, close your business, and file criminal charges. Take control of your tax problem now by calling the experts at U.S. Tax Shield and take advantage of the Fresh Start program and new laws that may allow us to negotiate a settlement for the lowest amount possible. Our team of tax attorneys and enrolled agents can stop collections and get you protected so you can take control of your financial future. U.S. Tax Shield offers a price protection guaranteed quote to get you protected today. U.S. Tax Shield is A+ rated with the Better Business Bureau, so call now. 800-647-0294. That's 800-647-0294. U.S. Tax Shield. 800-647-0294.
Are you looking for senior care for your mom or dad but don't know where to start? Hi, I'm Joan London with The Place for Mom. Nobody knows your parent or loved one better than you, and nobody knows senior living better than the experts at A Place for Mom. They've helped thousands of families find the right place for their mom or dad.
I was so glad that I called A Place for Mom. My advisor really listened and was truly my partner in finding senior care for my dad. She went out of her way to get to know him as a person and was always there whenever I had a question.
The senior living advisors at A Place for Mom partner with thousands of families every month, listening and offering local knowledge and advice to help find the best senior living communities across the country. And it's a free service. Here's the number.
Call A Place for Mom at 1-800-467-7530.
There's a place for answers, a place for mom. Call today.
Call A Place for Mom at 1-800-467-7530. That's 1-800-467-7530.
We try to make healthy choices, but do you ever choose the air you breathe? Now you can, with a complete indoor air quality package from Wave Home Solutions. Included is the Wave Smart Ventilation Unit with computerized sensor control and app to reduce moisture, mold, odors, and insect infestation from your basement or crawl space. It also expels harmful gases such as radon, carbon monoxide, and other pollutants. Addressing the worst air in your home will transform the entire house. Add the Wave 6-stage hospital-grade air purifier, the only one with HEPA filtration, 2 UV lamps, and other processes for a 99% kill rate of a broad range of pollutants and allergens. The Wave Indoor Air Quality Package will make your home a drier, cleaner, and healthier one all year round. It's time you choose the air you breathe. Choose Wave Home Solutions. Call 888-979-WAVE. That's 888-979-WAVE. Or visit dryhousenow.com. dryhousenow.com.
Wave Home Solutions for a healthy, comfortable home.
You owe over $10,000 in back taxes. You've called every tax firm out there.
They all say the same thing, making promises they never keep. And you're sick of it. What you really need is a new start on your back taxes. If you're faced with garnishments, levies, audits, or years of unfiled tax returns, we'll fight to get you the new start you deserve. Call 1-800-312-9970. Our New Start program could stop collection efforts, remove any liens the IRS has in place, and help you reduce your back taxes by as much as 80%. That's right, 80%. Don't wait until another tax season ends and another year of penalties and interest are added to your balance. If you owe at least $10,000 to the IRS and need a new start on your back taxes, call 1-800-312-9970. That's 1-800-312-9970. Let the professionals at Coast One Financial Group fight to get you the new start you deserve. Again, that's 1-800-312-9970.
Erie's home for sports. CBS Sports Radio 96.3 and 1260.
You're listening to the Sean Pendergast Show.
This is the hour to call in, so give me a shout. 855-212-4CBS, 855-212-4227. Wherever you are, give me a shout.
Here's Sean Pendergast.
I am Gresh in for Sean. As I said earlier, the guy from Houston went to Boston to go see a game, and a dude in Providence near Boston is filling in for Sean because he went to Boston to go see a game. Hopefully Sean's dealing with the snow well. For those of you who are in the Northeast, apparently, and especially in the Northeast corridor, I guess from New York really up to Maine, we're about to get some mizzacked with a big snowstorm. So I ain't going anywhere, and I want to talk to you, America, and the lines are jumping at 855-212-4CBS, 855-212-4227. Playing Who Needs a Quarterback. I know that you may be a fan of a team that's a little disenfranchised with your guy. And then there's a chance to go get someone here in the draft or maybe in free agency. So really we're just talking about all of the quarterback dominoes that are going to fall if Kyler Murray really is going to be the number one pick of the Arizona Cardinals. Then that puts Josh Rosen available. Nick Foles is a free agent. You heard the Riddler mention at the bottom of the hour that Jacksonville thinks they're going to get Nick Foles, definitely. I mean, that helps them. There's no question. But I don't know if it completely turns them around. Like, to me, Nick Foles is the kind of guy who during the regular season, it's going to be up and down. But if you can find your way to the postseason, he's going to play well. There's also Andy Dalton in Cincinnati. If Cincinnati decides to get a quarterback with Zach Taylor, a new head coach. Let's get to these phones. 855-212-4CBS. Gresham for Sean Pendergast. Cole is in Columbia, South Carolina. Next, here on CBS Sports Radio. Hi, Cole.
Well, it's actually Paul, but thanks for taking my call.
Paul, go ahead, my friend. What do you have?
Well, so huge Redskins fan here, and I do not want us to take one of these quarterbacks with the 15th pick. I really don't think Arizona's taking Kyler Murray number one. I think it's a big smokescreen. They're getting people to trade up. That offensive line was terrible in Arizona last year. But what I'm hoping that my Redskins can do is take a quarterback later in the draft. I really like this 6'7" guy out of Buffalo, and I like a couple of these other guys. My dream scenario for us at 15 would be either Devin White or the guard out of Oklahoma, Cody Ford, who would tremendously solidify the left side of our line. We're close in D.C., and I think we can win with Colt McCoy. I'd love to see us trade a third-round pick, bring in Andy Dalton if they go with a quarterback, do some salary restructuring. So we'll just have to see how it goes. But I don't want any of these quarterbacks in the first round.
I got you, Cole, and thank you, brother. I appreciate you jumping in here. And see, that was I mentioned it yesterday on the Gresh Show on CBS Sports Radio, that if you spend a third-round pick for Andy Dalton, you're reuniting him with Gruden. Now, he is owed a lot of money, and the Redskins have a lot of money invested into the quarterback position because of what they spent on Alex Smith. So there may have to be some restructuring there. I mean, if you're the Redskins, right, if we're going to be real about this, and this doesn't mean I'm not rooting against Alex Smith whatsoever, right? I'm just sitting here trying to look at it realistically and saying, that guy ain't going to come back. And if he does, he's not going to be who he once was, and it's a long road back. I need somebody now who could help me win and keep my job. And that's where Andy Dalton might be a good fit. Again, the Redskins are in an interesting spot. If there's someone there they like, they probably need to spend that 15th pick and take said player. However, I'm kind of with the caller here, in that if his NFL future is up in the air, try to patchwork it one more time. And it's somebody who Gruden has already coached. That, to me, is why that Andy Dalton move would make sense. Nash is in Mississippi. Next on the Gresh Show, next with Gresh in for Sean Pendergast. I'm going to do that 100 times tonight, so get ready for it. On CBS Sports Radio. Nash, go ahead.
Hey, how you doing, Gresh?
I'm good, brother. Shoot me some info. What do you have?
Yeah, I'm just thinking, Andy Dalton's played out his time in, Cincinnati. We got the new coach. I think it's kind of, time to, scrap the offense. Maybe, because, A.J. Green's the type of receiver who can catch any ball thrown up to him. So, it doesn't really have to be Kyler Murray, but, moving up in the draft, maybe get Dwayne Haskins. I think, we can reshift the offense, run around Mixon. And I think, it's better, it's a better fit. Let Andy Dalton go off. I agree with Paul. It'd be great to get a draft pick. Send him off to somewhere he can do some work. Cause AFC North is always up for grabs, as well as the NFC East every year. So you never really know until the season.
All right. So how do the Bengals go about getting Kyler Murray?
I think you definitely have to get rid of Andy Dalton, and definitely, I think that's the 11th pick. I think we'd have to. I don't know if we can get him at number 1 overall without, giving up a lot of draft capital. But we can definitely move up, I think, in the top 7 if he's still around.
Yeah, and there's the hook. And Nash, thank you, brother. I appreciate you. See, what's interesting is that if look, the previous caller mentioned something about, is this a smokescreen from Arizona? I don't think so, but you have to be prepared in the event that it is, and that's where maybe a team like Cincinnati could try to move up in there, but boy, they'd have to give up a lot of assets. But let's just, for the purpose of this exercise in our conversation tonight, let's put Kyler Murray on the Arizona Cardinals. So if you want another quarterback, the 49ers, the Jets, and the Raiders, they don't necessarily need a quarterback. Now, let's say Cincinnati likes someone other than Kyler Murray. You got to be looking at 5 and 6, meaning Tampa and the Giants. I think the Giants will not draft a quarterback number 6. I think there is a chance Tampa could take a quarterback at number 5. And look, if Jacksonville goes out and signs a quarterback, I could make the argument sitting here right now that if Kyler Murray doesn't go number 1, then he's going to go 2 or 3 at the worst. So if you're a team like Cincinnati outside the top 10 and Kyler Murray doesn't go number 1 overall, then if you're the 49ers, you're in the catbird seat. So that's the problem in trying to go get him. There's going to be no falling for Kyler Murray. At very worst, right? At the very, very, very worst, if teams don't trade because they fall in love with other players, I don't think he gets past 10 and the Denver Broncos. That's just me. So you want to move up to get Kyler Murray, you're going to have to pay the freight. And those teams like the Niners and the Jets are more than willing to deal. In fact, I think there's a part of the Jets' game plan at number 3. in this upcoming NFL draft where they're thinking someone's going to be there and they're going to be able to slide back and get themselves a bumper crop of picks. 855-212-4CBS. I'm Gresh in for Sean Pendergast tonight here on CBS Sports Radio. Back to the phones we go. Darren is in Portland. Next with Gresh in for Pendergast, CBS Sports Radio. What's up, D?
Hey, Gresh, how you doing?
I'm good, brother. What's up?
Hey, I heard you comment on Drew Bledsoe, and I'm a big New England Patriots fan from way back, and Bledsoe was the man. We got him number one in the draft. I think he was number one overall.
Yep.
Almost 30 years ago, and he played really, really great for a New England team that wasn't very good. Actually won an AFC Championship game, went to a Super Bowl, and just ran into the Packers and Brett Favre, and lost by a couple touchdowns. But he did a lot in his career, and the way he played, I don't think he deserves to get any kind of a bad rap. I don't think you can even come close to comparing him with Matthew Stafford.
Well, here's the vein. Well, Darren, here's the vein in which I say that, because I know Drew a little bit through some people that I worked with in New England and the whole Patriots organization, and I have a lot of respect for Drew. The reason I mention Matt Stafford in with him is because, I could give you more, Bledsoe, Stafford, Tony Romo, Vinny Testaverde. I lump those guys together, Darren, to make the point of there are quarterbacks that will put up really good numbers every year, but can they break through the glass ceiling? And yes, Drew did it once early on with Parcells, and then Belichick came in and said, this guy's flawed. Look at the interceptions, and he was never able to take a team to great heights. I think they're good placeholder quarterbacks who will do a solid job, and you can go to the playoffs with them, but I don't know if they're the guys you want to hitch your wagon to try to win a championship.
Well, yeah, and I agree with that. And I think had he ended up staying in New England, I think he very likely could have gotten there. Obviously Belichick made the choice he made. I remember being in New England, everybody was irate that Brady was starting the Super Bowl and not Bledsoe.
There was a real attachment to him. There's no question about it. And Darren, thanks, man. I appreciate you. 855-212-4CBS. He is right. And again, I don't lump those guys in to be disrespectful. They're good, solid starting quarterbacks. I don't even know. I guess I could put Andy Dalton in that category, but he'd be on the low end of all those guys. I mean, look, Drew Bledsoe and Vinny Testaverde are borderline Hall of Fame number guys, but you don't think of them as Hall of Famers. And it's going to be the same thing for Matt Stafford unless there's some sort of breakthrough and he has that big seminal moment in a big spot. It's just going to be, he's got a lot of nice numbers, but was he one of the greatest of the greats? 855-212-4CBS. We've got Gary in Houston. Gresh in for Pendergast, CBS Sports Radio. Gary, what's up? You got about a minute and a half, my friend. Go ahead.
Hey, Gash, I'll make it really quick. Hey,
sure.
I heard your earlier comment on the Bills. Hey, I'm 62 years old. I've seen the good times and the bad times.
Yep.
But you got to remember, I'm a big Josh Allen fan, all right?
Mm-hmm.
And when I went to the Combine in Indianapolis and saw this man throw 80 yards. Okay, I know it probably doesn't mean anything. But right now, when he was doing his thing, he didn't have Eric Wood, a Pro Bowl center who to a neck injury. He didn't have Richie Cognito, who went wingnut, and Cordy Glenn, another Pro Bowler. I'm talking 3 Pro Bowlers. He didn't have the offensive line, and I thought he did pretty good. Just give this guy some time. I think Brandon Beane and Sean McDermott, I trust. Hey, the old saying is, they're saying trust the process. I think they're going to be okay. But, hey, they didn't backdoor into that playoff year, okay? They had to win their game. They didn't have to lose to get in. So that's all I'm saying. I love your show. And, hey, maybe I'm a little off basis, but, hey, I do love your show, and you take care. I'd love to hear what you say.
Well, thank you. I appreciate you there, Gary. And, I've not been a fan to Bills Mafia over the years because I laugh at how it's, this guy's going to change everything. And, it feels like Bills fans slip on the banana peel every time. I'm not out on Josh Allen at all. I just wonder if that organization is ever going to get rid of what I would call cranius rectus. As you Google that and figure that out, we get ready for hour 2. We're going to continue talking about these quarterbacks and the NFL draft. Gresh in for Sean Pendergast on CBS Sports Radio.
Here's an unfortunate fact that applies to most financial advisors. They're not legally required to act in your best interest. Creative planning is different. Our certified financial planner practitioners are always a fiduciary, which means they're required by law to always act in your best interest. Dial 866-440-2831 for a free, no-obligation consultation with Creative Planning. Investment strategies recommended by Creative Planning are not assured of earning a profit or avoiding a loss in declining markets.
I can't believe it.
That we're in an elevator with a puma?
No, I can't believe how easy it was to save hundreds of dollars on my car insurance with Geico.
Could you hit 7 for me? Okay, no need to. That's fine. I'm good.
Believe it, Geico could save you 15% or more on car insurance.
We try to make healthy choices, but do you ever choose the air you breathe? Now you can, with a complete indoor air quality package from Wave Home Solutions. Included is the Wave Smart Ventilation Unit with computerized sensor control and app to reduce moisture, mold, odors, and insect infestation from your basement or crawl space. It also expels harmful gases such as radon, carbon monoxide, and other pollutants. Addressing the worst air in your home will transform the entire house. Add the Wave 6-stage hospital-grade air purifier, the only one with HEPA filtration, 2 UV lamps, and other processes for a 99% kill rate of a broad range of pollutants and allergens. The Wave Indoor Air Quality Package will make your home a drier, cleaner, and healthier one all year round. It's time you choose the air you breathe. Choose Wave Home Solutions. Call 888-979-WAVE. That's 888-979-WAVE. Or visit dryhousenow.com. dryhousenow.com.
Wave Home Solutions for a healthy, comfortable home.
Individuals and businesses with tax problems, listen carefully. Do you feel like you're losing control of your finances? If you owe over $10,000 in back taxes or have unfiled tax returns, we can help you take back control. The IRS is the largest and most aggressive collection agency in the world, and they can seize your bank accounts, garnish your paycheck, close your business, and file criminal charges. Take control of your tax problem now by calling the experts at U.S. Tax Shield and take advantage of the Fresh Start program and new laws that may allow us to negotiate a settlement for the lowest amount possible. Our team of tax attorneys and enrolled agents can stop collections and get you protected so you can take control of your financial future. U.S. Tax Shield offers a price protection guaranteed quote to get you protected today. U.S. Tax Shield is A+ rated with the Better Business Bureau, so call now. 800-735-8360. That's 800-735-8360. U.S. Tax Shield. 800-735-8360.
Does your water stain and damage your fixtures? Does it smell or taste bad? Are you worried about what's in your water? Water quality should not be painful and worrisome. Get HydroCare water systems from Wave Home Solutions with the most advanced purification technologies. Call Wave Home Solutions today at 1-888-973-WAVE or go to bestwaternow.com. HydroCare will eliminate limescale that causes hundreds of dollars in damage to pipes and appliances without using salt. Well water will no longer smell or stain your fixtures. City water will be purified of harmful chlorine, lead, arsenic, and chemicals. Wave Home Solutions provides the cleanest, healthiest water at every faucet. Satisfaction guaranteed. For more information, call 1-888-973-WAVE, 1-888-973-WAVE, or go to bestwaternow.com. That's bestwaternow.com.
Wave Home Solutions for a healthy, comfortable home.
If you can't seem to stay ahead of your bills, then this message is for you. How would you like to have a large portion of your credit card debt, medical bills, and department store debt forgiven? National Credit Card Relief would like to give you free information on a proven debt forgiveness program. This program has been used by thousands to legally forgive millions in unsecured debt. It's not bankruptcy. It's not consolidation. This special program actually wipes clean the portion of your debt that is forgiven from what you owe your creditors. Call for free information and get all your questions answered in the first free call. The more you owe, the more you can save. If you have at least $10,000 or more in credit card bills, this debt forgiveness program can be very effective. Call for free information and find out more now. 800-291-6670. There is no cost or obligation for the information. Don't wait. Call 800-291-6670. That's 800-291-6670. Get your debt problem solved. Call 800-291-6670 today. Not available in North Dakota.
WRIE Erie and W242CU Erie, a Cumulus media station. CBS Sports Radio 96.3 and 1260. Sponsored by Bianchi Honda, where they're always worth a visit.
CBS Sports Radio. Sports Flash.
I'm Larry Ridley. We'll start in the NBA. Got 3 games currently in progress, and they're all inching towards halftime, and we'll start in Cleveland. Cavaliers leading the Magic 52-48. About 30 seconds to play there in the first half. Also about 31 seconds to play in the first half in Detroit. Pistons with the lead over the Raptors 48-41. And down in D.C., about 2 minutes to play before halftime, T-Wolves with the lead over the Wizards 57-54. Earlier this afternoon, in Boston, the Rockets beat the Celtics 115-104, 42 for James Harden, the Beard. The Hawks, they get a road win in Chicago, 123-118, game high 28 for Alex Len. Clippers, they put it on the Knickerbockers at Staples, 128-107. Clips now in sole possession of 7th place out in the Western Conference. Earlier this afternoon, Blazers, they get a win in Charlotte, 118-108. Rodney Hood scoring 21 fourth-quarter points for Portland, finishes with 25 in 24 minutes off the bench. And coming up here now, about the tip-off, Grizzlies at Thunder. OKC will be without Paul George, missing his 3rd straight game with right shoulder soreness. NFL news, according to Philly.com, the Jaguars will absolutely sign former Eagles quarterback Nick Foles when free agency begins on March 13. They reportedly have been working on a structure of a contract, and there's reports a deal could be done within next week. The NFL Scouting Combine, how about defensive lineman, Montez Sweat from Mississippi State. He's 6'5", 260 pounds. He runs a 4.41 40-yard dash today. Breaks the record, the modern record at the Combine dating back to 2003. Former Clemson star defensive lineman Dexter Lawrence injured his left quad during his 2nd time running the 40-yard dash. Missed the rest of the day's activities. He did run a 5.05 40 during his first attempt. College Hoops Top 25. Creighton tops number 10. Marquette on the road 66-60. 4th straight year the Blue Jays knock off a top 10 team. The only game featuring ranked teams was in the Big Ten.
Right side, Brazdeikis, catch and shoot 3. Got it! Money shot for Ignas Brazdeikis, who blows kisses to the Maryland student section to make it 51-45. He's got 15.
Matt Shepard, the Michigan IMG Sports Network, 21 for Brazdeikis. Number 9, Michigan. Conference road win at 17th ranked Maryland, 69-62. In the Pac-12, number 25, Washington. Ooh, they escape at Stanford with the 62-61 win. I'm Larry Ridley.
Erie's home for sports. CBS Sports Radio 96.3 and 1260.
CBS Sports Radio. The Sean Pendergast Show is on the air, coast to coast, on CBS Sports Radio. Here's your host, Sean Pendergast.
Coast to coast and border to border and in America's hat known as Canada, I am Gresh in for Sean Pendergast tonight on CBS Sports Radio. Follow me on Twitter at The Real Gresh. Follow Sean on Twitter at Sean T. Pendergast. Quite the irony that a guy from Houston flew to Boston to go watch a basketball game, and a guy in Providence is now filling in for the guy who went from Houston to Boston. And oh, by the way, who knows if the guy's going to get out of there to be able to make it back to Houston, because apparently the storms are brewing on the East Coast, and the quarterback storms are brewing in the National Football League. And that's what we stick with here, talking about it with you at 855-212-4CBS, 855-212-4227. That's CBS Sports Radio's toll-free line. And it is brought to you by Geico. Quick way you can save money, switch to Geico. Do you need homeowners, renters, and motorcycle insurance too? Get it all at geico.com. The cliff notes of what we've talked about for an hour so far. I broke down all the teams in the NFL and the clubs that really needed to be in a mode where they're thinking quarterback in the first round. I've narrowed it down to 5. Now, this is need-based, or the proverbial they need to move on from the guy they have, in my opinion, like the Cincinnati Bengals. Time to move on from Andy Dalton. They should be thinking quarterback. Denver Broncos, same thing. Yep, they traded for Joe Flacco. They need a long-term answer. The Jacksonville Jaguars, they should be in the business of thinking quarterback in the first round. How does that change for them if and when they sign Nick Foles? Because all reports are, just heard from Larry Ridley there at the top of the hour, that Jacksonville's fully expecting to have Nick Foles as their starting quarterback next year. And then you have the Miami Dolphins, who have nobody. And by the way, I forgot, because I created a quarterback orphan list, meaning guys who will have no team, and I forgot to write Ryan Tannehill down there. I'm not a Tannehill guy at all, don't get me wrong. The only reason I put Ryan Tannehill on the list is because if a team like Washington can't find themselves anybody worth a dadgum to come in and be the quarterback, maybe that's someone they turn to only because he's had a little bit of experience. Or he's just going to swallow his pride, not get a starting job, and maybe go be the backup for the New York Jets to help Crazy Eyes Adam Gase bring Sam Darnold up to speed on how to play in his system. Or maybe they'll just hire Jay Cutler as the quarterback coach. Who knows? And then Washington, as I mentioned. So for me, I got 5. Cincinnati, Denver, Jacksonville, Miami, and Washington should definitely be in that first-round quarterback mode. Then you have some teams with some questions. How do the Giants handle their quarterback situation? If you're in Tampa, what do you do with Jameis Winston? Do you invest in that guy more, or do you draft someone at number 5 in theory, or try to move up from number 5 to maybe get Kyler Murray if the Cardinals are willing to listen? Because you got to play it as if it could be a smokescreen or if they're serious. Then there's the group of teams, folks, like New Orleans and New England and the Chargers, where they got good quarterbacks who are functional, playing well, but you don't have the guy there for the future. And as I mentioned, there's the Giants, there's Tampa, and I'm sure that there may be some of you who look at this and say, I don't like my quarterback either. I want in on this discussion. 855-212-4CBS, 855-212-4227. Let's get right back to these phones talking quarterbacks. Longest order of wait goes to Will in College Park. Kicks off hour 2 of Gresham for Sean Pendergast on CBS Sports Radio. Hi, Will.
How are you, buddy?
Good. What's up?
Okay, well, I agree with Cole or Skoll or whatever his name was. I give him kudos for his comments. I don't think that the Washington Redskins should go for Kyler Murray. I think that they're in a situation where they can't afford to go for a make-or-break type of guy. They can't afford to go for a hit-or-miss type of guy. They, to me, and I heard with your comments, they should go for, I forgot who you mentioned, but...
Well, Andy Dalton. Trade a third-round pick, go get Andy Dalton, boom, you patchwork it together for a couple years.
Okay, I got you there, But numbers-wise, you already have $70 million or $80 million, whatever it is, tied up in Alex Smith.
Yes.
To me, go and get a guy because you're not a playoff team. You got an Eagles team that almost went to the Super Bowl, and you got a Dallas team that's on the uprise. You're not going to the playoffs next year. I don't care who you get. Go and just get somebody, anybody, and take that first-round pick and go and get a solid NFL player at another position, offensive line, defensive secondary, one of those hard-to-find guys that a first-round pick really justifies. Do that so that you make your team better so that when you are ready, when you figure out the Alex Smith situation, you can then go out and get a quarterback if you need that really matches where your team is at that time. Right now, you don't really need that guy. You just need somebody to just get you through this season because this season is going to be rough for them. It's going to be tough. And I think a lot of teams around the NFL that are bad teams, you can't afford to spend that pick on a guy who could possibly be a guy who, for different reasons, is the next Manziel, Johnny Manziel. He doesn't play in the league 3 or 4 years down the road because he doesn't fit. Because of his size, he's not able to be successful. If you're a bad team, you can't afford to take him. To me, a team who already has a quarterback that says, okay, we can take a shot. We might be able to get a better quarterback. That's a team that should afford to take a guy like him. Thanks, man. Appreciate it.
Will, thank you. You know, it's interesting. We look at it from the outside perspective, and we say, well, we get this quarterback, or we'll build the team and then go get a guy when the team is all built up. The problem is timing is everything in life, and timing is everything in the NFL. Look, I'm not going to sit here and try to sell you that some teams don't get lucky in finding their quarterback in the lower parts of the draft. Tom Brady is a movie-type story that comes along maybe once in a generation. But there's Dak Prescott. That's a guy where you found him in the middle rounds of the draft. From the Redskins' perspective, I don't know if they're just going to be able to say, well, we'll build this team and we'll have him ready 2 years from now, and then, bang, we'll get our guy. There may be no one out there. Or the guy they want may not be attainable. And that's the hard part of juggling these quarterback situations is that you try to load up with as many bodies as you can. You try to keep as many of them as you can. But ultimately, if they're worth a dang, and look at what happened with New England with Jimmy Garoppolo, the sand ran out of the hourglass, and they were either going to lose him or they had to find a way to get currency for him. I think it's nice to say build the team and get the quarterback later, but if they think the quarterback's there at 15, for them, they're going to have to take that guy because that's going to be the dude they have to build around. Some teams can go backwards. Most can't. They got to get that QB first. Gresham for Sean Pendergast tonight here on CBS Sports Radio, talking about all the quarterback situations in the NFL, including Kyler Murray. Is he worthy of being the number one pick? We go to Doug in Seattle. Douglas, you're next on CBS Sports Radio. Gresham for Sean Pendergast. How are you?
I'm doing great, Sean. How are you doing, man?
I'm great, Douglas. Go right ahead, my friend.
Okay, so Kyler Murray, I don't know about number one pick overall. But he's the best quarterback in the draft, so the number one quarterback taken, I would argue. You look back at Russell Wilson, a relatively similar player. Everybody had Andrew Luck. Who else went ahead of him? The kid in Miami went ahead of him. There's about 3 or 4 quarterbacks that went ahead of Russell. Mm-hmm. He's helped swing and tilt the balance, I think, a little more to the middle as far as evaluation of shorter quarterbacks go, especially those who played baseball previously. Don't forget that.
Well, I mean, that's nice to say. However, Russell Wilson was a little more advanced mentally than Kyler Murray was. In that, Kyler Murray's had one great year of college football, and I think one of the things that really went well or boded well, let's say, for Russell Wilson in the draft process was that he won at NC State. He won at Wisconsin. He was an older guy who had some different experiences in life, and that he was mature enough to be able to walk into that spot. I wonder about that for Kyler Murray. Not that he isn't a mature guy, but when the pocket starts to close in, when Cliff Kingsbury's got to make adjustments to his offense, is Kyler Murray going to be able to make those adjustments along with him, or will there be different sets of growing pains for the offense and the player playing within it?
Well, speed doesn't slump, and when that pocket does first start to collapse, I'm sure his instinct will be to get out of dodge. And he's crafty enough probably to have some survivalism at times like that. If his mental's there, I can't speak to the guy's brain. I haven't the foggiest. People doubted Baker's brain. He seems okay. People lauded Andrew Luck's Stanford brain. He's been injured and underperforming ever since he came into the league on balance. So
right, but that doesn't have anything to do. Right, his longevity doesn't really though have anything to do with his ability to process information. And Justin, Douglas, thank you for the call. Look, at the end of the day, I think they prove it and they show it to us. Like Andrew Luck, his issues were with his arm, but mentally he took to what Frank Reich wanted to do. And we saw what happened with them this year. I think Russell Wilson was underrated in terms of his ability to survive in the pocket. But again, let's remember, Russell Wilson played multiple years of high-level college football. Kyler Murray has done this 1 year. And when you mention Baker Mayfield, what people were erroneously doing with Baker Mayfield was comparing him to Johnny Manziel because Baker Mayfield told you and tells you what he thinks and does not apologize for it. There couldn't have been a further comparison from the truth. To me, Baker Mayfield was lock, stock, and barrel at worst the number 3 pick in the draft. I thought personally Darnold was going to go number 1 and Baker was going to end up in New York. And the reason some people thought it might not work there is because the guy is too honest. You know what Baker Mayfield is? He's got giant grapefruits. Think about what he did and why you can't even come close to comparing him to Kyler Murray. He went to Texas Tech and said, I'm going to win the job, and he won the job. And then they didn't take care of him. And he went to Oklahoma, and he walked in the door and said, I'm going to win the job. And he won the Heisman Trophy. And then he went to the freaking Cleveland Browns. They draft him there. He says, I'm going to win the job. And if it wasn't for an idiot who is now working in Cincinnati after he got fired as the head coach of the Cleveland Browns, Baker Mayfield may have won that job from the very beginning. What do we know about Kyler Murray? He stepped in for a year and did what Baker Mayfield did. The problem is the quarterback crop this year isn't as good as it was last year. So people end up looking at him very, very differently. 855-212-4CBS, 855-212-4227. Quarterback situations across the NFL. Is Kyler Murray worth the number 1 pick? Do you like your quarterback? Do you love your quarterback? Does your team need to be in the first-round quarterback business come the 2019 NFL Draft? I think Cincinnati, Denver, Jacksonville, Miami, and Washington all should be. And then how about you fans of, say, New England or New Orleans or the Chargers? How do you handle your respective quarterback situations? 855-212-4CBS. I'm Gresh, in for Sean Pendergast tonight on CBS Sports Radio.
It may not be stomach issues.
For me, it's intense gas, or pain, or diarrhea, sometimes all at once, over and over.
I spent years with the symptoms, but could never figure it out. No matter what I did, they never went away. So I decided to break it down for my doctor and get really specific about my symptoms.
We discovered that exocrine pancreatic insufficiency, or EPI, may be the reason for my stomach issues.
EPI is caused by my pancreas. It leads to diarrhea, gas, bloating, stomach pain, unexplained weight loss, and oily stools. The symptoms just don't go away.
But EPI can show up with even one symptom.
The good news? EPI is manageable. But to get to the right diagnosis, you have to break it down for your doctor and get specific about the severity of your symptoms. Visit identifyepi.com to learn more and use the symptom checker to help change the conversation with your doctor. Brought to you by AbbVie.
Let's observe the inflatable noodle man. His constant undulating entices people to look at me, look at me. He's tireless and brainless, a literal airhead. Curiously, however, the inflatable noodle man, when hearing that Geico not only saves people money, but also has an award-winning app that makes it easy to manage one's policy, he knows you should switch. Because yes, switching to Geico is a no-brainer. Just ask an inflatable noodle man. Carefully, they are unpredictable creatures.
Save on your next oil change with 5 quarts of Castrol GTX high mileage motor oil and a MicroGuard filter on sale now for the same price as Castrol Conventional for just $26.99. Improve engine performance in your vehicle with Castrol motor oil at O'Reilly Auto Parts. Better parts, better prices every day. Limit supply. See store for details.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Hey guys, good news. The outrageously expensive Little Blue pill is now generic, which means you can get the prescription medication to treat ED at affordable prices. And Hims makes it extra affordable. Right now, get your first month supply for free. All you pay is just $5 for your medical consultation when you go to 4hims.com/morning. After that, it's just $30 for a month's supply. Sure beats paying big bucks for just one blue pill, doesn't it? Plus, you won't need an awkward in-person doctor's appointment to get the prescription. Hims has doctors online who can prescribe the medication, and a pharmacy sends it right to your door. It's affordable, private, and incredibly easy. Nobody likes dealing with ED. Now, thanks to Hims, nobody has to. And that's really good news. To get your first order for just $5, you need to go to this exclusive address, 4hims.com/morning. That's 4hims.com/morning for your first month for just $5. 4hims.com/morning.
Prescription products require an online physician consultation and are only available if the physician determines a prescription is appropriate. See website for full details.
Texting enrolls for alerts and offers via automatic text message. Message and data rates may apply.
Has dinner got you down? Sick of awful frozen meals or unhealthy fast food? Don't despair, because Martha Stewart is doing a free taste test, giving away 3 full-size meals from her new meal kit delivery service, Martha and Marley Spoon. All fresh ingredients with Martha's delicious and easy recipes. You're eating in just 30 minutes. To be part of Martha's at-home taste test and get 3 free meals, be one of the first 100 people to text the word HUNGRY to 246-810. It's so easy. Text us now. Martha and Marley Spoon meals are easy, simple, and delicious. And right now, Martha wants you to enjoy 3 of her best 30-minute meals for free, so you can save time and enjoy eating dinner again. To be part of Martha's at-home taste test and get your 3 free meals, be one of the first 100 people to text HUNGRY to 246-810. That's HUNGRY to 246-810. HUNGRY to 246-810.
Early Connections Erie is a nonprofit organization. We support the success of young children and their families through leadership advocacy and quality programs in early care and education. We have 6 high-quality programs throughout Erie County. We serve children from 6 weeks old until 12 years old. All centers participate in the Keystone Stars. We have individualized programming to meet the needs of every child, including 3 inclusive classrooms. We have pre-K counts programs, summer programming, before and after school programs. Transportation is provided for some programs, along with meals and snacks. Are you thinking you can't afford Early Connections? Tuition assistance is available for eligible families. We have CCIS that we accept, and we also have other streams of funding that might be able to help you. Please log on to earlyconnectionserie.org to learn more about our programming. Let's have all of our children throughout Erie County be ready for success in kindergarten and beyond. Early Connections creates lifelong learners, one child at a time.
Erie's home for sports. CBS Sports Radio 96.3 and 1260.
Talk to Sean now. Call him at 855-212-4CBS. That's 855-212-4227.
I'm Gresh in for Sean Pendergast, coming to you live from the Rocket Mortgage by Quicken Loan Studio. Rocket Mortgage with you every step of the way to provide a seamless mortgage experience. We're talking about all the quarterback situations in the National Football League. And yep, maybe you root for a team where you don't have one, and that's fine. But there are some teams in need of quarterbacks. There are teams who have older quarterbacks who've got to make some decisions as well. And is Kyler Murray worth the number one pick in the NFL draft? You know, it kind of sounds like that I buried the guy as we were getting ready to step away here on CBS Sports Radio. But, you know, I look at the path of Baker Mayfield. I look at the path of Kyler Murray. You know, to be drafted in the NFL, all of these guys are successful in their own way. But then you have to really dig deep on what they did, how they did it, their path to get there. I'm not a Kyler Murray hater, and I think that when you're far and away the most talented quarterback in the draft, which there are a lot of people in the NFL who think that there is a big difference between Kyler Murray and then Dwayne Haskins, and you got Will Greer and, you know, what is it, Daniel Jones, I think it is, the kid from Duke. You know, I think there are a lot of teams who are going to overdraft a quarterback in the draft this year. If you're really making the argument, you know, you're probably looking at one or maybe two quarterbacks who should be drafted in the first round. But you know as well as I do, we're probably going to push 4 by the time it's all said and done. I mean, it seems like Murray and Haskins are going to be, if not top 10 picks, first-round picks, bare minimum, okay? Let's just lower the bar a little bit on that. But I'm sure there will be some others that will slide in there. But all these guys are successful. But then it's, let's really look at them with a under the microscope and see what we may really have here. Back to the phones. I'm Gresham for Sean Pendergast on CBS Sports Radio. Don is in Charlotte with a very interesting Panthers take. Don, welcome to CBS.